Even small number of people can even small number of people can have an impact.
Welcome to Del Carmen. This is my home.
Morning, around 7:15.
Freetown's changed so much since I was a child.
To sit there and watch areas be incinerated, they'd never recover to what they were before.
More than 35 Celsius degree every day.
People are suffering from flooding, disasters, landslides, mudslides.
She's inhaling the toxins. I'm inhaling the toxins.
People are hungry. They lost their jobs. There is no water. How do you feed everybody?
When I become anxious, I just remind myself that I can simply come here.
I think what's most important is trying to change the society. That is where the impact on the climate is the biggest.
Efforts to restore nature save lives.
It's the citizens that have the real power.
We've seen an amazing shift in our country's sense of what's important. Rewilding, regenerating, it's an amazingly healthy thing to do.
You know how sometimes when people are afraid of doing something, they just need someone to start it first.
What I do here, it affects everywhere. The whole world. We need the world to create a better world.
We're not alone in this. We've really got to act in a way that's different.
I'd rather live now when the change is possible.
Even small number of people can have an impact.
Welcome to Del Carmen. This is my home.
Morning, around 7:15.
Freetown's changed so much since I was a child.
To sit there and watch areas be incinerated, they'd never recover to what they were before.
Good morning, everyone. I'm doing a mic check so that everyone can hear me, but not too loud. Yep, great. Well, great to have you all here today. And what a better way to open today than to look at this video. We see that climate change is not something that might happen in the future, but it's something that's here now. It's a real threat. But we can also see that there is hope. There is stuff that we can do if we choose to work together. My name's Jesper Hornberg. I'm the CEO of Global Resilience Partnership, one of the managing partners of the Resilience Hub. We have a few of our colleagues here that you'll meet later today. And we're here to talk about resilience. What we're doing, is that really building resilience? Is it something we need to learn more about? So we're going to explore that a little bit, together with Sibel, a speaker, in a little bit. We talk about resilience must-knows. And that's a pretty big thing to say, right? Resilience must-knows, it sort of curls your tongue, but it's what you need to know as a decision maker about resilience. So in the face of a rapidly changing landscape, both in terms of environment, but also geopolitics, and yeah, everything is sort of connected. What do we need to know about resilience as decision makers? We're not doing things alone, we're doing things together, which is why you're here. The Resilience Hub, as you should know, is a go-to place if you want to learn more about resilience and collaborate with other people like yourselves in the room. You have a lot of doers and thinkers in the room today, so this is a great opportunity to also network and learn more. Now, to kick things off, I want to hand over the microphone to our friend Chris Bradshaw, who is the Chief Sustainability and Education Officer at Bentley. And I also want to say thank you for the place. I mean, wow.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Good morning, and let me add my welcome to our humble abode here. Enjoy the view. It's pretty spectacular, I think. Before I jump into my morning comments, the obligatory safety briefing. So the emergency exit is right where Savina is standing with the red jacket with the green sign above. So it's also the pathway to the ladies' room. And the gents is down the hallway about halfway. Here at this office, we try to be quite sustainable. So we ask, we recycle, and we recycle in assorted ways. So there's food waste, there's paper cups, there's other recyclables, and then there's general waste in there. And everything is labeled in the kitchen. So if you can help us do that sorting, we would very much appreciate it. All right, so as Jasper said, I'm Chris Bradshaw, the Chief Sustainability and Education Officer at Bentley Systems. Bentley Systems, for those of you who may not know us, we are an engineering software company that provide design, construction, and operation software for all manner of infrastructure. And by infrastructure, in this context, I mean physical transportation networks, water networks, energy networks, communication networks, et cetera. So our customers are designing and building and managing the infrastructure that enables 8 billion people to live on this planet. Without infrastructure, it would not certainly be possible. The other thing to note about the infrastructure industry, if we think about the sum of all of those, more than 80% of GHG emissions come from infrastructure, and 60% of all materials are a part of infrastructure. So it's a huge opportunity for impact if we can start to affect change around infrastructure. To that end, I like Jasper, am optimistic about the future despite what we see here, which is very real. And certainly something that we are seeing with all of our users, whether they be operators of infrastructure or the designers and the engineering services companies, is there's a tremendous demand for understanding how to create more resilient infrastructure, more sustainable infrastructure. And in that context, we think about it as the balancing of environmental, social, and economic impacts. Historically, a lot of infrastructure has been developed only looking at economic impact. What is the least cost? What is the least amount of time? And has, frankly, to a large degree, ignored environmental impact or social impact. And in some cases, actually very detrimental to both of those. So our focus is helping people to do that balancing act. Now, infrastructure, and I think as we're going to hear in a moment, is super complex, as you can appreciate, right? These are systems of systems. They interact with one another. Think about an electric grid and a rail system, right? They're dependent on one another. And it is super, super complex. So having frameworks, having a place to sort of launch from, to have discussion, like the must-knows that we're about to hear about, is super helpful. Because a lot of our challenge in the infrastructure world is convincing governments and other policymakers and folks in that realm, financiers, insurance companies also, about the positive outcomes that can come from sustainable approach to not only building new infrastructure, but managing existing infrastructure. So my last comment as the glass is half full. Yesterday, we were in this room with a group of high school students from up north who were participating in a competition as a part of their class. And they were presenting to us their rail design projects. And what was super heartening was that all of these kids talked about not only what the design would look like of the rail system, how it would work, why it was necessary to connect this to this. They talked about the importance of it serving the community, and that the design didn't need to just be aesthetically pleasing, it needed to be something that the community embraced and wanted. And so I think, and then of course, or maybe not of course, but importantly, they all talked about the importance of the environment and ecological outcomes and so on in their design. So they get it. That generation gets it. And I think that's where I get my energy from when faced with sort of the things that are in the video. So with that, I think I'm turning back to Jasper and say thank you again very much. And please have a great day here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. It is truly phenomenal to be here. The view is one thing, but I mean, that kind of buy-in and dedication from private sector, I think is something that's very much needed. Now I'm going to hand over the microphone very soon to our friend Peter Bentley from FCDO. We're proud to have collaborated with FCDO over the past 5+ years. They've been part of the journey of the Resilience Hub since Glasgow and been instrumental in allowing a diverse room to happen, diverse conversations, leaving your comfort zones and so on. So very, very important. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you. Just a reminder, no affiliation with the building, sadly, is Peter Bentley, nor the car, as every conversation goes with my name. So I head up our adaptation and resilience team in the FCDO, sitting within our economic, energy, climate and environment department. Just to kick off, a reminder that the UK is firmly still committed to the climate agenda. Like, this is an absolute commitment from the Foreign Secretary and from our ministers, and they're thrilled that London Climate Week is happening here. So I've just got back from Bonn, so the climate negotiations, the intersessionals, where the global goal of adaptation is, to say the least, a hot topic, and something I spend an awful lot of hours poring over pieces of paper and talking to other negotiators and those outside the room. And we're reaching the crunch point where at Belém, the global goal on adaptation is going to be agreed. And it was interesting because we had lots of conversations with people outside the room who kept kind of saying, well, is the global goal going to fix this? Is this going to be the thing that drives all the progress and changes this? And I think my answer is, well, no, it can't by itself. Like, this is not a tool to fix all of the adaptation and resilience problems. That's misunderstanding how broad and complicated it is. And I think, this is part of the branding problem we've had, I think, with resilience, is everyone sort of, mitigation, people have in their heads, less emitting, ergo, the solution is a bit more complicated than that. But with adaptation, it needs a huge variety of inputs, of changes and ways to kind of approach it. And the global goal will help, but it won't fix that by itself. And for the UK, this needs to go alongside the complexity of the clean power, nature positive economy, but coordination across these across the different areas is absolutely critical, but also with the private sector, with the public sector, the third sector, it all needs to be working together. And to that end, so the UK is really wedded and committed to the multilateral system, but also the multilateral climate funds, both diplomatically and politically, but also, as I said, with all the actors. So you're going to see more and more during this London Climate Week on Friday, particularly at the Resilient Finance Summit, and the role the private sector can play, but also how important it is that we need to get in front of tackling the climate crisis. This is something that is happening, and I'll come back to it shortly, about climate impacts are happening now. Even if we stop mitigating tomorrow, these changes are coming in, and I think there's we keep saying this in my department, that we need resilience regardless. We need to build this into systems. We need this in supply chains. We need this in developing countries and developed countries. This is not a unique issue. And to kind of come to this question, what decision makers should know, it's the data, the information, a clear understanding of what policies can be effective. And actually, I think to date, we're really seeing this is not actually happening at the moment. Like, we don't have enough information to really make the policies that can be the most effective. So, for example, the UK National Adaptation Plan, so it's our third one, is a world leader in national adaptation planning. However, if you follow the feedback from the Climate Change Committee, it actually got some very negative feedback. And it's a learning process. And DEFRA have been quite honest that they're trying to find ways through. And for example, this is the first time we've done international indicators within the international risks within the National Adaptation Plan. And we're working with the Climate Change Committee to understand the risks, but also how to respond to them. It's quite easy. Many people in this room could just make a list of problems that we can see from the climate, but actually how do you respond to that and how to build resilience, but also how, even for a country like the UK, how you coordinate across a huge number of departments, having enough information to work out the trade-offs and to understand some genuinely conflicting policies. If you look at the number of houses this country is trying to build, and then you look at places where you can build and not build and things, and the risks around resilience that you need to build into those. So having that kind of information and being able to make those decisions is absolutely critical. And that's something the UK, particularly with developing countries, is supporting on. So things like the Met Office is able to help with weather warning systems, is for pre-arranged financing for increasing resilient crops, and basically showing where to invest in advance of crises happening. The World Resource Institute has just recently done a really great report about some incredible statistics on returns. So across all their research, the returns on adaptation projects, resilience, yielded 20 to 27% returns. And they've been talking to partners who are just amazed that A, that's what the return they were getting on some of their investments, but B, that is something that can be found. I mean, I don't know what you're getting as a return on your banking investments, but it's not 27%, I'm imagining. And so actually putting that in front of policymakers and saying, like, this is not just an annoying thing to build a barrier where you pay for it. It means if you build this, the London, the Thames barrier, not only did it stop flooding, it meant that they could build houses on areas that then building businesses on areas that before were open to flooding. And it had huge economic advantages way, way beyond the cost of the barrage. So world events are, to say the least, worrying if you follow the news. But the big message we want across London Climate Week is that the climate change is going to continue happening regardless of those things, and we can't kind of let the action slide, but we all need to continue to work together on climate change. And I think kind of as policymakers, as individuals, taking responsibility for being more resilient, and being more effective and more strategic with how we're investing. As the UK, we've reduced our ODA, and which was a very difficult decision. But we still have a significant budget, but also we really want to work in partnership with countries. We want to kind of cooperate, and also making sure that policies that we're making internationally and domestically have the right impact and incentivize the right kind of action, both from the public, but also enabling the private sector. We're seeing that throughout this week, that the private sector is really keen and eager to step in, both kind of from a sustainability point of view. There's money to be made, but also there's a huge opportunity here to do more and make sure we're creating an enabling environment. So on that, thank you very much for having us. It's great to continue to be involved in the Resilience Hub and Global Resilience Partnership, and I look forward to the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Always a pleasure. A couple of common themes coming up. Policy, the importance of policy and decision makers. Private sector engagement, very important. We all know that climate change is happening. There's nothing we can do about that necessarily, but there also is something we can do about it, right? And it's about finding that balance and navigating that. So thank you, Peter and Chris. I'm happy you mentioned the Bentley thing, because it is quite funny, actually, but yeah. Now we're going to turn our attention to you guys, and I'm going to invite an awesome duo, hot poets, so Chris and Liv. There they are. And they're going to do something, and then that's going to result in something at the end of today, and then hopefully we'll get that up on the website. So you need to stay for then, because this is good stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to, please introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Chris.
And I'm,
Yay, look at that. It's like a well-oiled machine. My name's Chris.
And I'm Liv, hello, but we're standing in front of our...
Yeah, and I'm really glad that I wore a different hat to the one in the picture, because that would have made me look cheap.
How you doing? Yeah?
They're all staring at us going, why are there poets? What are they going to make us do? So with Hot Poets, what we do is we partner poets with climate scientists, activists, engineers, architects, farmers all over the planet to champion the stories of change. Our poems have been read and seen and watched over 6 million times on 5 continents over the last few years. And today we are with you to make a poem with everything that we hear and with your ideas.
Yeah, that sounds really exciting.
I'm excited by that, yeah. But before we do that, I'm going to invite you to calibrate as an audience. We are here in all our variety and diversity from all of the different perspectives that we bring and all of the environments that we work in. And I'm going to do a little thing. I'm going to invite you to clap, and we're going to clap together, and then what's going to happen is that's going to turn into a round of applause, and when the round of applause happens, I'm going to just ask you to continue it through the discomfort and listen for where the pulse is. And when that happens, what's going to happen is we'll all end up clapping at the same time. We don't know how long that's going to take. It might be 5 seconds, it might be 20 seconds, but it's based on the law of entrainment. It works every single time. It's how birds of a feather flock together. It's how 50,000 people at a football stadium could all end up clapping at the same time and nobody realizing how it happens. And ultimately, that's what we're all here today to do, isn't it? We're all here to work together as a flock. So I'm going to put this down because I can't clap and hold the mic at the same time. So follow me. Do it. Yeah. Easy. You're keen. That's great. Better. Yeah. Thank you so much. You have rhythm.
Amazing. They had quite a nice pulse as well, I thought.
They did have a nice pulse. We took the pulse and it was a good pulse.
And we did an event at the University of Oxford last week, and it took them ages to find their pulse. So you guys, much more confidence in. So our job today is to write a kind of poem around the 9 must-knows that you're going to hear. And we're just going to invite you to help us with the first 3. You may have read them. They're very snappy. So we want to bring a bit of emotion into it as well. But we can't. So if I get these wrong, because I think they've probably been discussed for hours to get them exactly right. But just, we're going to take ourselves to the beginning point, which is the urgency, the need for resilience, the actually unquestioning need for action and resilience. And I want you to just feel that. It could be quite easy, shouldn't it, Chris? That sense of impending doom. Just let that settle upon you. That just, what does it feel like? Just don't think about it, just feel it. And I want somebody to offer what they think that feeling smells like. If that feeling of urgency and impending doom had a smell, what would that smell be?
There's one over here, yeah, go on. Smoke.
Smoke, yeah? Rusting iron and smoke. Oh, yeah. Burnt flesh.
Lovely, thanks for
Nice. Impending doom.
that. Yeah, bring it.
Hydrogen sulfide spell.
Nice to bring in the specificity.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. And anything else? Anything that, you know, maybe anything from the left field? What does it smell like, impending doom? You're happy with that smell? What does it taste like then? If you were to lick...
There's one here.
Oh, there's one there, sorry.
Rotten egg, hydrogen sulfide. Yeah, okay.
Rotten eggs is more fun in a poem, though. Easier to spell. So now you could get to lick the impending doom and tell me what it tastes like. What would it taste like?
Rotten egg.
Henry. Floodwater.
Floodwater.
And what does floodwater taste like, Henry?
Bitter.
Bitter floodwater. Oh, yeah. Anything else taste like? Vomit. Mm. Yeah. Anxiety vomit, did you say? Anxiety vomit.
Oh.
That's the name of our next book, collaborative book. What was the one at the back? Blood. Any others? Anxiety vomit. That's my favourite phrase of the day so far.
Sounds like a terrible teenage punk band, doesn't it?
So once we've realised the urgency and the crisis and we felt the impending doom and we think, OK, we're not going to drown in the anxiety vomit. We're going to adapt. We're going to adapt. We're going to have to adapt. And we're just looking for examples now of in nature where we can learn the most from.
Transformation. Transformation in nature. Examples of what that might look like.
And adaptation and transformation in nature. Example, a very simple example would be the butterfly, the caterpillar transforming into the butterfly. Or you could also, where else in nature can you see examples? Anyone got one? Yeah.
The humble beaver.
I've written that as a note. The beaver will change the course of rivers and will help against the bitter floodwater. Any other examples in nature? No?
One at the back.
The Black Death.
I mean,
Well, I was thinking maybe positive animal examples, but yeah, there is obviously the Black Death as a way of controlling population. I've got here the migration of birds as well. They adapt to their climate as humans follow that course as well. Any others? Nature. Genetic mutation. Have you got a specific example of genetic mutation? It's always nice to have actual what genetically modifies itself.
Evolution.
Evolution, yeah. Okay, so my third one, we're going to get you to help with the third one as well. Once we have realised we have to adapt and felt their urgency, we're looking at the third one I've called it a stitch in time, that kind of what do we do to prepare for risk? What's our risk mitigation? But can we think of some examples of in our lives where we prepare for risk, where we put that stitch in time to save 9? Chris gave me one this morning. What was yours to mitigate?
I think that was inappropriate, but it was definitely about making sure you put your pants on before you leave the house. That's a big risk
in a high
mitigation. But let's go a little bit more highbrow than that. So I guess this is about, what we're here today for is talking about if we invest now, we save later. So what are examples?
The Thames Barrier was a really good example we heard earlier of that, how that stopped the flood, but also ended up bringing a lot of opportunities for new developments. Any other?
But can be personal examples from your life, such as my pants.
Waterproofing tents or?
Bag
always
packed.
have bag packed in case of fire. What's in the bag? The escape bag to use for not just fires, any purposes. There's another one over here? Sunscreen. Yeah! Really good example. That definitely does save a lot of trouble later. Any other things that you do to avoid risk?
Travel insurance.
Travel insurance.
Sunscreen, so I thought, okay, travel insurance.
Nice.
Anyone else got something? An old family one, maybe, that...
Yeah.
When we were kids, we used to get shoes that were a size too big so that you could grow into them.
Nice. Yeah, yeah. That's a great metaphor. Thank you.
Amazing.
We're 10 minutes, Liv.
So, and that's perfect. So you've helped us with the first three. We're going to listen to what happens today and sort of weave your words and some other words around the next six and share with you our poem on the must-haves at the end. So thank you
so
very much.
See you shortly.
Thank you. Good energy. I like how you guys clap. Never been able to do that. I need to talk to you guys when I'm done today. I look forward to the end product, end of today. While we wait for that, I want to introduce a colleague of mine, the Director of Knowledge at the GRP, Sibel Kerosh, who has been spearheading this Resilience Must-Knows work. Now, she's going to take 15 minutes to give you some real meat on what you need to know about resilience. 15 minutes is not a long time, so I feel I should point out that it's been a massive undertaking with thousands of publications reviewed on existing resilience, reading hundreds, working with hundreds of scientists, and all of this has been distilled into 9 must-knows. So I'm just going to hand over to you, Sibel, a true hero in my eyes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jesper, for a very kind introduction. So I will try to make the slightly impossible mission of sort of like give you a perspective of what we have been doing in the last 6 months. And I would start to say that the Resilience Must Knows initiative, it's an initiative that is co-led by the Global Resilience Partnership, the Stockholm Resilience Center, where I also work at, and Future Earth. That's sort of like the 3 organizations that join forces together to make it happen. So just briefly, why do we even need resilience science must-knows? And the first reason, you're familiar with it, I think. We scientists say that we are in a new era that is called the Anthropocene. What is the difference? Well, we have been having like 12,000 years of stability, whether we want it or not. We live in a living planet, and we are dependent on it. And what is happening now is that in this new era, we have been affecting the planet in an exponential way. And so the planet has shifted from a state of what we call relative stability, with variation certainly, but still like, you know, relative stability for living conditions, to a state of relative instability. So we say that we're facing a new risk landscape. And it's even more than that. It's a new playing field. And that matters for all the activities that we do in the planet. Now, there's a lot of increasing awareness about this, and so there's a lot of like proliferation of commitments, you know, by major actors coming from sort of like policy, the private sector, towards building and investing in resilience. But in most cases, resilience is still quite vaguely defined. We should also acknowledge that there are many definitions of resilience. And it's very often used as just an attribute for recovery. So like bouncing back to the same state. Now, there is a lot of knowledge. I want to point out that like scientific knowledge is not by far, okay, the only knowledge that we have about resilience. There's a lot of knowledge that doesn't come from science. But even within scientific knowledge, there is extensive knowledge coming from different fields of resilience. But at the Global Resilience Partnership and the Stockholm Resilience Center, we have been working very transdisciplinary, both with academics and non-academic actors, you know, from civil society, from the private sector, from policy, through the years. And what we have been hearing from our partners is that, yes, there's a lot of knowledge, but it's just not compiled, not accessible in a way that I can understand it. So there was like a clear demand from our partners to take a step into that direction. And we felt that we had a lot of the networks and the capacity to make it happen. So we wanted to go beyond these silos between science, policy, and practice. And so this initiative of the Resilient Science Must Knows is actually a science policy practice process that consists in, it's designed through two parallel and intertwined components that I will show you a bit in this figure 8. So on your left side, it's basically the process that I will talk a bit more about, so I won't go so much into detail into this now, of like how did we got to this Resilient Science Must Know. So it is the process more about the science synthesis process that also had a very strong participatory component, as I will show you. But then as we get into what are these Resilient Science Must Knows, we get the scientific foundation to actually start thinking about what do they mean? What do they mean for different contexts, for different sectors, for the things that, the changes that we want to see in practice? What do they mean for an industry? And that's what we called Resilience Road to Action, where we want to sort of like partner with key partners to try to understand what is the translation of the science into real life strategies. So that's sort of like the process we will be starting after launching this Must Knows, and that we are sort of like scoping a bit how to do it right now. So I just want to quickly show you that in the process of getting into the Resilient Science Must Knows, we had an editorial board of spectacular, brilliant minds of 20 leading scholars within resilient science. They come from different fields of resilience, different geographies, very well established scientists that have been working with us, closely with us, like during these 6 months in several interactions and sort of like helping us through this process. And this is just to show you sort of like how the process went. We started with doing like a broad scoping of resilient science by asking resilient scholars across networks with thousands of scientists, if you would have 4 minutes in an elevator with a decision maker, what would you tell him? Like from your work, that is crucial for them to know. That was kind of the question. Several people, we had like more than 1,400 people starting the survey, but actually only 143 actually completed the full survey. And they suggested 150 resilient science must knows. We felt maybe this is too much. So we started the process of like taking this down. We complemented this with a literature review across 19 different fields of resilient science, where we focused on key and seminal sort of like papers, like reviews of different parts of science. And then we did 4 consultation workshops where we had sort of like participation of 143 organizations. These consultation workshops, we had one in presence in Washington, DC in April, and then 3 regional ones for Asia, Africa, and Latin America, online workshops, were intended to sort of like reach out different groups of decision makers. And they had a bit different profiles, and to present them a draft list of resilient science must knows. We started with 14, then 13, and basically asked them, what do you think? Is this relevant? What should we be taking into account? Do you have comments on the language? Is this even understandable? And so now we are in the process of like taking all that feedback on board, and that also helped us to sort of like take down the list of resilient science must-knows. And all of this was, of course, like always sort of like worked with our editorial board through several workshops, including one in person now in June. So, what are the resilient science must-knows? Now I'll tell you. I just wanted to point that first, they have a quite systems perspective. So like resilience from a systems perspective, like how do you build systemic resilience? What do you need to know about that? Then they are intentionally broad. This is intentional. So like, I think you will find them quite broad. Maybe one of the first questions in your head will be, yeah, but what does this mean for my Yes, that's the question we want to have. And that's the question we want your help and the help of like key partners to help us do this afterwards. But for now, we wanted them to be broad because we wanted that this is a kit that you can all actually apply to different systems, different contexts, different realities. And then also this list of 9 resilience nodes, it's not a final product. They are being refined now as we speak until the end of September. They are still not launched. This is kind of a pre-sneak. So they will be launched at COP, okay? And then that will be sort of like their final version. But right now, this is something that is still being refined, both language and content. So the first 3 resilience science must-knows are quite a bit about what is resilience and why is it important. And then we have 6 others that are more about how do you build it? So sort of like what sustains resilience. I will quickly guide you and we'll just like mention the main things in these must-knows. But they are far more complex than what I'm saying here, of course. And the first one has to do with what I said before, that resilience is not longer optional, but actually critical to deal sort of with this increasing risk landscape. And it's also important to say here that not all resilience is desirable. We have a bunch of like very unsustainable, unfair systems across the world that are extremely resilient. So breaking down bad resilience is as important as building up good resilience. And to break down bad resilience, we sometimes need fundamental changes like transformations. So we should ask resilience of what, to what, for whom? Those are important questions. The second thing is that resilience is much more than just recovery or bouncing back. It's a triple capacity, persisting, adapting, and transforming. And depending on the type of disturbance that hits a system, we might need one, the other, or even several of those. And in different times, with different disturbances, we will need to shift between those. So sometimes adapting is not enough because the challenge is too big and our system is not fit to answer to that. Then we need sort of like more fundamental change. And anticipation and foresight are 2 things that are critical for adaptive and transformative capacity. So like the capacity to imagine what do we need in the future and to prepare for that, early warnings. Then, and as it was said here before, and Chris mentioned this, and that sort of investing in resilience now reduces future costs and losses. There's a lot of research about this, a lot of examples. I should point out that we're not just talking about economic costs. Chris also mentioned this. We're talking about social costs. We're talking about cultural costs. So there's a lot of, and to have this, to take this into account, we need to go beyond traditional metrics. Okay, so like include other metrics, include other sources of knowledge, including values. So not just economical values, although there's a lot of research that shows this in economical terms as well. So we should not downplay the impacts of, or the negative impacts of inaction. How do we build resilience? Well, the first thing is like see resilience not only as a cost. Of course, it has costs to build resilience, okay, and there are obviously trade-offs, but see it as an opportunity for renewal. And that's because resilience is a process that really requires sort of like, it's a continuous process of experimentation, innovation, and continuous learning. And when we are in this process, we need to combine sort of like both memory and learning from the past, but also like innovation and preparing for the future. So like a hybrid approach of combining both the things. And this we see like sort of when a crisis hits, there's a sense-making process about like what do we want what do we need to preserve, what can we learn with what we already have or with sources of memory, and what we actually need to innovate and change. And when we're talking about innovation, we're not just talking about like technical innovation, we're talking about social innovation. It's important to say that many sources of innovation come actually from marginalized groups, whether they are like marginalized communities or like society groups that are actually trying something totally new that is not mainstream yet, right? So in here, it is very important to foster these spaces. Like innovation requires a bit of a shield where you can experiment, try, fail, you know, develop. And it's something that I think that in the private sector, it's something that you recognize very well, which is then to foster requisite diversity. So diversity is important of two reasons. The first is that it is a source of novelty and innovation. And the second, it is that it's a source of response options. So when a crisis hits and if we want to preserve a function, if we have a diversity of response options that can respond to that crisis, we are more resilient. Number 6, it's about nurturing appropriate relationships among people and between people and nature. What we mean by appropriate? It's because connectivity is something that needs to be actively managed. It's not good to be too isolated. I think we all know about that. If we are too isolated, a crisis hits and we have no choice, right? But if we are too over-connected, any crisis in any part of the world will hit us. Like this was very clear, for instance, with the food import dependencies during the war between Russia and Ukraine right now that affected, like, you know, that sparked the food crisis, or it was an aggravator of the existing food crisis. But we see examples of this like all the time. Like for indigenous communities, even very small levels of connectivity sometimes can be harmful. So this needs to be actively managed. And connectivity is not just between places, it's not just about physical infrastructure. And I think Chris pointed that very well. So how do we create sort of like infrastructure that allows for like connectivity between people and nature, also connectivity between people and people? Then we all know about the importance of cross-scale alignment. The point that we also want to make here is that sometimes we talk about mitigating trade-offs, but trade-offs actually exist. They cannot always be mitigated. If we implement resilience at one scale, we can have trade-offs and unintended consequences at other scales. This is studied. It happens often. Our point is that they cannot be ignored, but they should be carefully negotiated, like including, you know, a diversity of perspectives and values sort of in those negotiations. And when we don't do this, it actually, like resilience interventions can do more harm than good. There's also a lot of research about that. Number 8, it's about agency. So what research shows is that communities with strong levels of agency in the form of self-determination and the capacity for collective action, they excel at resilience. They excel at adaptation and transformation. So effective resilience is not something that you can externally impose. Not on a community, not on a business, not so like high levels of self-determination and capacity to self-organize are very important. And also, like I wanted to highlight here, the role of informality. So like, informality is extremely important. It's an extremely important form of agency. And it's present all across the world, and many times ignored in decision-making processes. So both formal and informal structures are important. And actually, high levels of resilience are seen when they are combined, okay? And the last one, but not least, it's about the importance of confronting power and inequalities. So what research shows is that when we are failing to address social inequalities and power discrepancies when we are sort of like doing resilience interventions, this actually might compromise long-term resilience. We also know that in many cases, like we have historical legacies of injustice and like high levels of inequality that shape current resilience capacities. I mean, we have examples from, for instance, like countries that have been submitted to colonialism, for instance, like for many years, right, where we have these legacies that still remain in the society and that they affect sort of the capacity to, of communities to adapt in the present, for instance, or to transform. And also being very conscious that, you know, resilience interventions do not always lead to just outcomes, right? And they will always lead to unequal impacts. So we need, it's not an excuse for inaction, but it's something that we should be conscious about. Okay, so these are the 9. It's meant to give a bit of a systems level perspective and to serve a bit as a first step, a first sort of like guide for the next step, which is then what today, you know, how can we translate this into sort of like more real life strategies for different contexts? It's also important to say that one of the goals with this resilience science must knows is that we should not be focusing on one. I think that's what many organizations across the world are doing, like we're focusing on a couple or on, but they should be seen a little bit as a package, sort of like, of things that we should be thinking about. And again, they are not final, they are being refined now until September, and they will be launched at COP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sibel. You're covering so much ground in 15 minutes, and you sort of kept time. We were running late already, so thank you. I have the easy job of just saying, wow, what a great presentation, and then I'm handing over to another awesome individual. So now we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the meat of this, and it's my pleasure to introduce one of my idols that I watch on BBC, Henry Bonsu, who will take us through the next segment. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I had no idea I was your idol. That's fantastic. I'm going to do a bit of adaptation and resilience building myself. I'm assuming this moves. Good, it moves. That's good in terms of adaptation. What about mitigation? Yeah, I think we're okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sibel, for that brilliant introduction to the 9 must-knows. I'm Henry Bonsu. I'm a television and radio broadcaster. I usually appear on Times Radio, yes, but rather than BBC News these days. That's a bit of adaptation in my own professional career as well. Thank you very much. So imagine you're in the Times Radio studio. It's a Thursday evening, and we're going to talk about resilience in a systemic way. Usually on TV and radio, when we talk about resilience, it's when something has gone badly wrong at Heathrow. Say there's a power outage or a fire, and all planes have been grounded for 36 hours. We have no resilience in Britain. Or there's a problem with the Euston station and nothing is going in and nothing is going out. We say, we're supposed to be a high-level, highly advanced country. Why do we have no resilience in the system? The slightest thing goes wrong and we're all, you know what happens to this country whenever there's a bit of snow or a bit of rain or leaves on the line. So we're going to examine the must-knows. We're going to dive into the complexities and consider how they might work in the real world, as you said, Sibel. You know, what is the real world implication of these 9 must-knows? Who should they be implemented by? What are the trade-offs, the costs, the tensions between persisting as is and adapting and transforming? And can the must-knows help to encourage us in that shift in mentality that we know we need, not just among the converted in this room, but among those who are not here, but need to be engaged? Right, that having been said, let me ask very quickly, who is here from the world of, let me call it policy? World of policy, researchers, if that helps, scientists? I know researchers and scientists often see themselves as the same breed. Who is here from the private sector? There's a few of you. Good, good, good. You're not such a rare species. What about civil society? Quite a few. That's possibly the majority. Great. Okay, I think we've got all bases covered. Let me introduce the panel. We have Savina Carluccio, who's an infrastructure practitioner, civil engineer, and resilience expert. Please give her a round of applause. Savina is a fervent advocate of the role of engineers in tackling our society's greatest challenges and is the executive director of the International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure. Where is Sheila Patel? Sheila Patel. Ah, fantastic. Come to the front. Sheila is founder and director of the Society for Promotion of Area Resources, SPARC, and that's an organization that has been working to address the needs of communities living in informal settlements across the global south. Amy Barnes, where's Amy Barnes? Amy, hello. Head of Climate and Sustainability Strategy at Marsh McLennan with overall responsibility for driving strategy and innovation for Marsh's global network of specialist energy, power advisors, risk engineers and networks. And finally, Amy Shepherd. Amy Shepherd, there we are. Chief Operating Officer at Think Film Impact Production, that's Europe's leading impact media company operating at the cutting edge intersection of art and social change. And Amy's background is in international law, politics, and social justice advocacy. That's your panel. So in headline terms, the Resilience Must Knows tell us that resilience is no longer optional. It requires navigating tensions, needs investment now, the fierce urgency of now, as Obama once said. It's an opportunity for renewal, fosters diversity, needs nurturing relationships, as well as alignment across various sectors, and needs us to confront power and inequities. Do we all have that clear? Has it landed? Has it landed? Good. So, Savina, first of all, your reaction to the must-knows. How helpful are they to you as a practitioner who passionately believes that engineers are not just the problem, they are part of the solution?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. First of all, congratulations on Sibel and team. It's a massive undertaking and so much to unpack in this must-knows. I think for practitioner, something that really resonated with me is the point about trade-offs. Because we talk about resilience, and rightly so, we think about the co-benefits. We need to create business case. We need to just unlock finance and so forth. But we are dealing such an interconnected and complex challenges that there will always, I think, in my opinion and from my experience as a practitioner, be some trade-offs. And this cannot be swept under the carpet. I think that's an important thing, and having it, quite there up front is very important, because then people can own it, can understand it. We cannot, I don't think, fully understand how to work out what they are, quantify them. That's a challenge. But the importance of these trade-offs is that you know who's going to have. It's not going to be, I suppose, could be most affected. And by knowing who is most effective, you can do something about it. You can look after the parties that are most affected by our resilience interventions. And that's part of it.
And when you think of trade-offs, what do you have front of mind? What are you thinking? What's screaming in your mind? Trade-offs, yes. What do you mean?
Every time I think you spatially plan something, you intervene and you kind of have impacts on existing natural ecosystems, on the existing communities. You're just introducing changes, and these changes are not always, particularly for the environment, so far as we know, because we're now dealing with a massive biodiversity crisis. We haven't really been looking after nature in the way we should have, and therefore not consider the trade-offs every time we've implemented, or undertaken development.
Okay, thank you very much. Sheila, I'm going to ask you this now. In fact, let me move around so you can actually see me. More adaptation. There we go. I'm always flexible. In contrast to how people usually perceive resilience, these must-knows frame them as resilience as something more forward-looking as opposed to just reacting or recovering or bouncing back after a crisis. And I'm just wondering how far that resonates with you and the communities you work with. Do you foresee any tensions?
Full of tensions.
Please explain.
So I represent a community that is deeply connected with people who live informally, illegally, and invisibly all over the global south. There are many in the north, but we don't know them so well. There are enough in the south to work on. And in conventional development processes, they have been ignored all you famous people who do planning and trained southern planners have learned to ignore them, to pretend they don't exist, and therefore the deficit of what they should have in development is already humongous. Now we have climate change, and the challenges of climate change require the transformation of existing development infrastructure, plus an additional knowledge of climate science on how change is going to affect them. So it's like a triple burden on people who have spent 3 to 5 generations being ignored by their nation state and international development by and large. So everybody is very pissed off.
Right. Well, you told me. How helpful are these must-knows when it comes to, I suppose, putting pressure on Savina, on Amy and their colleagues? Because you say they and the people at the very top have traditionally ignored the people in the informal settlements, the people who've gone from the countryside into the towns and who are ignored. But armed with these must-knows, what do you think you can do?
So first of all, you start off by acknowledging how strong and how resilient they already are. In fact, they're more resilient than all of us in dealing with challenges because they face them intergenerationally their whole lives. The only difference is that it depletes them every time they have a challenge. So the first thing to do is for all of us and all of them to understand how to create a foundation of climate science for the development challenges that they make. It's a very tough one, but it's a very important element of the resilience discussions that all of us need to have. Everybody on this planet needs to understand the science that we have now understood that is going to transform our lives. And it is not something that, again, has to be rested in the knowledge framework of elite. It has to be universal. That's one. The second thing is, poor people do so many smart things themselves. And the research that is done globally on poor people rarely acknowledges it, treats poor people like empty vessels that you have to fill with your own knowledge. And therefore, the second very important thing is to look at how does science, knowledge, strategies, and all the great things that have changed civilization interact and get accommodated and utilized by those communities, because the volume of people are so much that the present infrastructure of how we intervene, especially the mitigation stuff, it never, whether it's transport, it's anything, it never includes these people centrally. Yeah. So I think there's a huge change in the architecture and design of transformation. And I think the process of building resilience can incorporate that more strategically than issues of mitigation. And there's no question, in every country in the global south, when there is a climate crisis, the heroes are poor people who are generous, supportive. Even in COVID, all of us got whatever we did because there was some person who desperately needed a job and took the choice to go out. But in 1 week, all that goodwill goes away. And so a very important part of all of us who campaign for universal resilience have to talk about acknowledging who supports whom to do what, and to make these relationships much, much more transparent, globally accepted, and inclusive.
Okay, thank you very much, Sheila. Amy, you were leaning in and listening intently. You're head of climate and sustainability strategy at Marsh McLennan. I'm just wondering, when you hear what Sheila has to say, how do you think you and your colleagues, the people who are in specialist energy and power, your advisors, how are they going to think differently? How can they incorporate the concerns of the people at the grassroots? How can they use this must-knows in order to do things differently?
That's a really tough question. And listening to Sheila was also, it's really tough to follow that, because my industry is guilty of being part of the community that ignores the community that you're talking about. Now, that's not exclusively the case, and I have a colleague in here somewhere, if I could see, Jaime, where we're trying to get more and more financial resilience to the most vulnerable communities. But generally, throughout the world, insurance is a relative luxury product. You have to have things to protect to be able to afford insurance or to need insurance. So the industry that I'm part of is really trying to focus on how can we provide the financial incentives to recognize the return on investments that the must-knows talk about, the fact that there is a payback, and depending on who you read, between $4 and $13 for every dollar invested of payback. But that's very much for the haves. That really isn't contemplating the have-nots. So if we think about the have-nots, some of the ways that we can better support them is, I'll talk about a specific example for women in the informal economy in India, recognizing that when they're exposed to extreme heat, it's unsafe to work in the market, and people don't come to the market. So how do we provide them the financial resilience? And there are now micro-insurance policies that are paying out $1.50 is the insurance payment that people are receiving that allows them to feed their families and keep their dignity, which is a really important component of it. So insurance has a role to play right from the largest, biggest, most expensive infrastructure or building projects right down to helping people at the coalface. But I will say that insurance is a critical part of people's personal financial resilience. But in order to access insurance, you need to be resilient. So if you aren't managing the risk in the first place, insurance won't be there.
Okay, thank you very much. And Amy Shepherd, I'm just looking at your film impact credits, including Navalny, which was, of course, an Oscar-nominated documentary. Their Territory, if you don't know that one, also Oscar-nominated, about the indigenous people of the Amazon fighting deforestation. And then this one I was interested in as well, Dark Waters, that film with Mark Ruffalo and the campaign against DuPont. That's right, isn't it? Okay. All very powerful stories brought to film. And I'm just wondering how these must-knows get your creative and analytical storytelling juices flowing. What can you do with them?
Absolutely. Let me start by saying Navalny was Oscar winning.
Oh,
so
yes, it won, so yes.
Let's start there.
Sorry.
Let's get these credits right,
yes,
eh?
Yes.
But yes, I think storytelling is often the missing component when we talk about climate, because we talk about practical solutions and we talk about campaigns, and actually it's stories that get us all going. It's stories that make us feel something, that make us feel connected with people. We're behind the film My Planet Now, which was you saw the trailer at the beginning of today. And that's just really a snapshot of this film. It's still in production. We're still looking for partners to finish it. But this is a story of kind of, let's call them the everyday heroes, people around the world who are facing the impact of climate in their own communities and stepping up with actions and solutions in their own spaces. And we get to kind of draw near to what they're doing and feel connected to how we could be inspired by them, mirror what they're doing, pick up something in our own spaces. And that's something that goes, far beyond this room, far beyond all of the conversations that will happen by people who are stakeholders in London Climate Action Week, but just people who are kind of ordinary citizens watching their TVs and living their lives, and kind of that are the people that are at the moment, I think, losing a certain level of hope and expectation in what could change. And the other power of storytelling, of course, is what Sheila was talking about, this level of the unseen. There's such a power of story to make visible what is currently not known, and the people whose lives we just know nothing about, and so therefore their voices aren't heard in the big policy decision-making spaces. And there's such a synergy between storytellers and policymakers and kind of advocates and those in this room who are fighting to kind of bridge that divide and push policy forward and push solutions and practical solutions on the ground forward. We can all think of a film or a TV show that we've seen that has kind of made us really feel something deeply and question something about ourselves or about the world. And that's really the power if we go into the space of normalizing change or pushing that bit further. That's how I think storytelling, and particularly kind of film and visual storytelling, which is so immediate to us, offers something that is currently relatively missing as that vector to making things tangible and known, rather than them often seeming either very abstract or very technical. And I think it's that space also of the must-knows of giving people agency. Stories give us agency in our own spaces to take our power and act on it. But at the same time, we at ThinkForm fight for structural change, because it cannot be that the responsibility is always on us, the citizens. There has to be that responsibility among the decision-making space. So it's also agency to become demanders of change. And that's particularly what we're fighting for with My Planet Now, is that we want to show these stories of people in all four corners of the globe who are using the tools at their disposal to do something. You see this coal miner who is planting trees because he works in this industry because it's the only economic opportunity for him, but he wishes he didn't have to, and he wants to do something. And you see that in so many different ways. And you kind of, there's a level of doing what we can, but also fighting for the systems around us to change, so that it means that we don't have to always be feeling the responsibility individually.
Emmy, thank you very much. Let's open things up a bit now. Savina, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in. So I'm an engineer, and we got all sorts of cool solutions, but we're not really good at selling them and making that storytelling. But in my experience, in the last 10 years, I've been thinking very deeply about how you actually implement resilience, and as a practitioner. And what I've actually found out, I think, is just people making decisions are people, and the most effective way to actually make people take action and make those decisions is to speak to them in a way that they either recognize, speaks to their priorities, whomever they might be. If I'm an engineer, for me, you need to talk to me about safety, you need to talk to me about reliability, you need to talk to me about, and I'm only just, I'm not pushing the boundaries now on the engineering, because I think engineers really need to push much more our boundaries of the profession. And the policymaker is another, very obvious example. You need to speak to the policymaker about his own priority or her own priorities for their own, cycle, right? So that's how I think, in reality, decision will be made. And so these must knows need to be translated, I think, into those kind of decision frameworks.
Okay, Sibylle, I want to bring you back in now. You've done the soft launch of the must knows. Maybe there'll be a hard launch later in the year. But what do you make of the response that you've heard so far? Do our four panelists, do they get it, do you think?
I wouldn't put it like that.
You can be nice.
Of course they do. But I don't think this is it's not by far meant to be like prescriptive. It's meant to be like a sort of a basis for a discussion, basically, and what does it mean in different contexts. But I wanted to say two things that I think it's interesting when I'm hearing you. The first thing that you should know is actually one of the suggested must-knows that we took away had to do with all the psychological dimensions. And so the importance of that we don't always just react on facts. If we would react on facts, we would have, far more action on climate change than we have now, right? So we act a lot on cognition and emotions. And so it was something that we took away. We wanted them to be less, because it gets like a more powerful message in a way, and it's a bit easier also for the audience. But it is something that we will try to actually integrate across all of them, like the importance of having this into account. And another thing I think it was interesting when I was listening to you and all your different perspectives, it's like it is this, I think, like the time where we are at now, where we have a lot of global challenges and we need to respond, and we need, it's a bit like, it's kind of a messy process of letting things go and building new things up, right? And I have a colleague at the Stockholm Resilience Center, Per Olsen, that he often talks that we need to be both, midwives to help new things to born, and we need to work in the hospice and basically, helping sort of what needs to be phased out. And this needs to be done with care, because phasing out something also implies grief, actually. And we need to sort of help the ones that are losing something. This can be at all scales, this can be communities losing their home places that need to be displaced, but this can be companies that have been investing in particular models for several decades, and that have an identity around it, and that actually needs to shift. Or a farmer, that is sort of producing beef and now suddenly is told that now you need to produce pulses instead, and his family has been doing this for 100 years. So it's there's this sort of
both of these things that need to happen, I think insurance has, a key role in that, because actually, it is a very smart way also of giving the right incentives. So like you can give incentives to more adaptive strategies. You can give incentives to more sort of like, then of course it is also like the individuals need to be sort of like able to implement those strategies, right?
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sibel. So we've got policymakers, researchers, scientists, private sector in the room. Does anybody have an urgent point, a question, or a very brief comment before I go back to the panel? I can see a sea of blank faces, but I want some resonance. Yes, gentleman there. Just let us know who you are. Make your point briefly or your question. Thank you.
Hello, Ashley Bateson Hawley. I'm a consulting engineer and work in property development, and I find investors and the insurance sector really not specifying enough requirements for resilience. If you look at all of the development outside this building, I bet there's very little requirement from the funders and insurers about resilience. So how quickly can they take that on board?
Okay, yes, Amy Barnes.
So there's a real paradox in that most of the buildings that we're constructing will have a 30-plus year lifespan, but insurance is renewed on an annual basis. So the very glib answer is insurers don't care. The reality is it's an existential threat, so of course they care. There was a very interesting study by the American Association of Architects in 2022 that showed that most developers thought that building to code meant something would be climate resilient, whereas architects knew they weren't. When I speak to developers, the challenge that we also have is that most developers are only planning a 5 to 8 year hold, so they don't care. So the problem is that we have too many actors in the process that don't actually have skin in this game. And so the insurance industry, my industry, we do because it's an existential threat, but if one insurer were to act and say, you need to take all of these, you need to engineer in all of this resilience to make this, this building fit for purpose, their price or their conditions would be so onerous that they wouldn't be competitive because somebody else would price it based on the annual cycle, and the developer themselves is only planning to hold for 5 to 8 years, so why would they have the additional cost of construction? So I'm afraid we need some stick because carrot just isn't working.
Okay, thank you. Do we have another question or comment briefly? Let's have a look. Speak now or forever hold you. Lady there, yes? So do you want to wait for a second for the microphone? Thank you.
My name is Sophie Poenter from Lifelinks. I hear a lot of people talk about how do we engage the private sector, and I think that one way to do that is you need to leverage their self-interest. So aside from the responsibility is what is in it for them. And if any of you have suggestions on how you could proactively engage private sector in building this resilience. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, Sheila, before Savina. Sheila first. When you, at your grassroots level, working with the local communities, approach private sector, what happens? What do they say? And how do you persuade them? How do you get around their inherent resistance?
So first of all, I want...
Yes, okay.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
I just want to go back to something that you were saying in your presentation about the power of aggregation. So here is the president of my federation, Joe Maturi. We work in Slum Dwellers International works in 17 countries and has an amazing aggregation that can beat all yours. So we have now a global voice that is also very powerful nationally and locally. And we build our members' capacity to start off with doing what they can do. So of that process, my job right now, since I have begun to understand the link between habitat, resilience, and the crisis that we are going to face, we asked women what they wanted to do most. And they said, our homes are not equipped to deal with extreme weather. Mm-hmm. So we have a campaign called Roof Over Our Heads. And what we do is that in every city, in every country, across countries, we look for educational institutions to whom we challenge, whether they're engineering, architecture, planning, whatever, to say, you don't have any frameworks to work with what is safe for poor people to live in. Because in Asia, 92% of people who live informally design, construct, and finance their own homes. So what new knowledge do they need, and who needs to be there to support them in that knowledge? And so this campaign that we have, which the Race to Resilience has been one of my biggest champions to support it, has been to work in 20 countries in 100 living labs in which we have private sector, formal, informal, educational institutions, local artisans, and big contractors, working with women's collectives to say, in the resources that they can have, what can they do?
Right.
And for formal businesses in all the construction materials, to now see this as a market. And how do they produce materials in order for poor people to be able to buy their high-tech materials that are green and effective. And so we're in our third year, and we make a lot of noise.
Good. And the noise, hopefully, is reaching your ears, Savina.
Oh, yes. Maybe Sophie. Hello, Sophie. Yeah, so private sector, I think, needs to be at the table and engaged a lot more earlier, I think, and also by God. I mean, there needs to be more, I think, dialogue amongst all stakeholders, including policymakers with the private sector. My own view on the private sector is that obviously it's a key actor, and it needs to be resilient themselves. I know private sector needs to have their own resilience, business resilience, organizational resilience, which is key part of being able to deliver that systemic resilience. Is a key player. We don't really just go to the private sector for capital, but we also rely on the private sector to be resilient themselves, which they are taking steps towards.
I would just say competitive advantage. I think there's so much downside. We can talk about risk mitigation, risk avoidance, but if we look at the floods in Slovakia and in Switzerland that impacted a number of the major auto manufacturers, those that were more resilient had better financial results. And so let's plug the opportunity.
Amy Shepherd.
Yeah, I'd also give two specific examples from our work of how we engage private sector through film in a way that's a kind of win-win scenario, because I totally agree, carrot and stick, we need a bit of a balance of both. The first is the example of Dark Waters. I don't know if everyone in here knows the film. It's kind of, it was a film back in 2020. Mark Ruffalo played this real-life lawyer who spent 20 years of his life uncovering how DuPont was poisoning the waters of West Virginia through chemical runoff. It's also PFAS chemicals as a group that affect every single one of us around the world and have since, through the film campaign, been kind of languaged as forever chemicals because they don't break down, they're incredibly resilient, but they're incredibly dangerous and harmful over the long period. This was a campaign where at the time, the filmmakers wanted to run a campaign focused on health and how all these chemicals were making us sick. And we were kind of like, well, everyone's kind of scared about this thing called COVID that we don't really know anything about, and you want to kind of tell them all that drinking water is going to make them sick? I don't think that's really going to work. Nobody's going to come to the cinema and watch this film. And so we repurposed it into this issue of the environment and how chemicals were affecting the environment. They didn't break down in nature, these forever chemicals. And what we were able to do is a huge moment in the European Parliament. It was at the time that they were deciding the EU chemical strategy. And at that time, they had no intention really whatsoever of addressing PFAS in this chemical strategy. But through the moment of the film, we brought Mark Ruffalo, we brought the director Todd Haynes, who's an incredibly acclaimed director, and the real-life lawyer Rob Bellot, who's the true hero in all of this and an incredible advocate, to Parliament. It kind of shut down Brussels for the day, and it's still all anyone talks about, because we had the Hulk comes to Brussels, sort of like, 85 million social media impressions worldwide. It went round the globe. But what we did really strategically with the private sector is we said to them, hey, you know what, we're fighting for this regulation, it's going to come. The minute Mark Ruffalo sits down with the President of the Parliament, he's going to put this on his agenda. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. It made it really personal for the President, I have to push this through. And it ended up with a really strong piece. I mean, obviously, we've, many years and battles later, kind of the fight continues. But the commitment to ban the chemicals as a group was a huge marker at the time. And so we said to the companies, this is coming. How do you want to get ahead of this? And we started with two tiny companies, Co-op Denmark, and this kind of tiny organisation, sorry, I apologise, for people who work for tiny organisations, Co-op Denmark's probably not that tiny. Let's say relatively tiny in the big scheme of things. And another organisation, and they committed, they started a pledge to say we're going to get rid of PFAS chemicals from our products and supply chains, which got them great media and press associated with this film that was doing really well in cinemas, continues to this day to be a kind of top 10 one to watch list. And then this pledge got picked up by an umbrella organisation called ChemSec, who kind of took it forward. And now this has been signed by over 120 companies, including big brands, H&M, Lacoste, IKEA recently joined. And it's something that's become the ripple effect of something that's sticky that people now want to join, because they see the positive benefits for the marketing opportunity for the film, but for themselves, as a brand, but also in terms of the way that it matches with other things that they're wanting to do. Like H&M already had a big program on kind of other chemicals, and so this took that program a step further. And so that's a way in which film can really engage positively with companies, to kind of show them that by associating yourself with something that audiences are going to see, that's going to get huge marketing, that could go the other way. All of the marketing could have been Mark Ruffalo saying, how dare these companies do nothing? And kind of calling out companies that did nothing. And so we said to the companies, actually, don't you want to use this moment to really kind of positively take a genuine step forward that we will then champion and that can become something bigger as a whole industry?
Brilliant, Amy.
I want to just give one more example. I know I'm talking a lot.
Yep.
But the other example I think is really important because it's a very different scenario, where actually in terms of working with the private sector, we engage with shareholders. And this was a recent film called The End, with Tilda Swinton in it, post-apocalyptic musical. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But the way that we worked was this whole film was about climate deception and how the lies that we tell ourselves and the lies that are told to us around the reality of how big oil is not addressing the climate crisis in any way, shape or form. And there we worked with a network of Shell shareholders, of all minority shareholders, but who are using their power within the company to put resolutions on the table and to challenge for divestment. And I think that's also a way to work with the private sector through audiences and through citizens who can become part of a kind of a decision-making opportunity through minority shareholding. And I know shareholder activism is a huge piece that I don't think gets talked about often enough in some circumstances, in terms of how you can really kind of have power as an individual to kind of feel like you've got some agency over what companies are doing. You no longer just have to choose as a consumer your products from the shelf, or have, you know, companies like insurers that you day to day as an individual have nothing to do with because they're working in business operations that don't filter down to you as an individual. But I think that's something that also connecting that with kind of story and film, and using these big moments where, you know, a film is in cinemas and on billboards and on buses, and the kind of the power of that to really leverage it is something that we've seen extraordinary impacts from.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Amy. Sibel, very briefly, as we can see, the 9 must-knows have fallen on, let me be biblical, fairly fertile ground. What happens next to the must-knows, briefly?
Yes, so as I said, we are now sort of like developing, fleshing out, writing these 9 must-knows. Together with our editorial board, we will have also like them reviewed, like externally reviewed. We had these consultation workshops with the audience, with different groups of decision makers to also, we are integrating that feedback now. And then at COP30, we will be sort of like officially launching them. There will be a report with them where they will be more fleshed out with more examples. We're also in parallel developing a database with different examples that talk to these different Brazilian science must-knows, and also a source of all the literature sources from the science also connected to the must-knows. And then in this process up to COP, where we're doing this and building the momentum, we're also sort of like starting to co-design what will be the next step, so the road to action. So sort of like interacting with key partners, you know, to help us sort of like, okay, so if we want to start a process of change based on these fundamentals from the science, like how will we do it? That's where we are now. And after the launching at COP, we intend to really sort of like start that process of more in full.
Excellent. Sibel Kerosh, Savina Carluccio, Sheila Patel, Amy Barnes and Amy Shepherd. Thank you very much. It's been an excellent panel. Thank you very much indeed. Now let me hand back to Liv Talk and Chris Redmond. The Hot Poets. It's now time for you to shine again. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have round 2 of the Hot Poets. What do they have in store for us now?
Thank you so much. We've been writing feverishly at the back to try and create a poem about these 9 must-knows. So yes, we are flying by the seat of our proverbial pants. The road is urgent. bitter floodwater, rusty iron, hydrogen sulfide, a post-apocalyptic musical, anxiety vomit on the soles of our slightly too big shoes.
Above, geese take off in arrow formations. A humble beaver builds a dam upstream, changes the course of rivers. The Thames barrier in soggy branches leaves spaces for new ecosystems.
We evolve with the landscape. The sun beats brighter. We apply sunscreen, leave a packed bag by the door with all the things we can't bear to see burn. Prepare the social soil and ensure against inaction a stitch in time. A stitch in time, a water bottle in a car.
We learn the old ways to plant crops for changing climates. We dare to define dignity, wonder at wisdom, foster fragile innovation in the social soil, innovate under the ground and in the ocean, learn in community classrooms, experiment with space, solar and sung stories.
Diversity is a synonym for riches. Novelty is an artist painting us into infinite new futures. We cannot paint in only one color or on only one canvas. We are 8 billion nodes in an artist's brain.
We make conscious connections, tread carefully through codependent quagmires, islands of self-reliance connected by blazing lights, insights, blue corridors and compassion. Let quiet people weave green corridors through gardens and window boxes so that the bees can keep flying.
When we think of systems, we can think of an orchestra. You can't hear the whole symphony with only the violins. Every piece of music needs a composer and all the composers who came before, and every instrument maker, and every player and every seat in the auditorium and those who built it. We operate as seed, as tree, as forest, as nest, as flock, as sky.
Where agency drips off our fingers like beach cleanup data and collective community action, grassroots growing into forests, citizen scientists shaping social solar systems, entrainment of informality.
And as we shift and acknowledge behaviors must change, opportunities' windows must also be mirrors so that we can act with our ancestors at our shoulders, legacies of empire informing shared imaginings, holding hands with our shadows so tomorrow can be brighter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris and Liv. Now you see why we invited the hot poets. We'll have more from you, I think, later on in the day. They're constantly thinking and writing and scribing and synthesizing. Fantastic discussion, great way to bring science to life with that poem. Okay, well, please, now we're going to have a quick coffee break. How long have we got for the coffee break? I know it's going to be shorter than we had originally envisaged. Okay, we'll announce. Okay, but do stay with us because the next session will dive into unlocking the financial flow to the local actors. And if you would like to know more about the 9 must-knows, well, Sibel is here and she'll be on guard, ready to answer some more questions. But thank you very much for your engagement and your participation. Enjoy the coffee and the little break and see you later. Thank you very much.
this on?
Thank you. It works. Hi, everybody. Good morning. I know that you love to network. That's the idea of this space. But we're going to have to continue with our program. If you can take a seat and find a place to listen in. Back there. Ooh. Hello, hello. Hi, Shanaz. How are you? Good to see you. Okay. So for those on the back, can you hear me? No. I think we're going to have to send people. How about this? Okay. Hello. Hi. Yeah, let's do some clapping. Yeah. Okay, that helped. So we're going to get started today. We're going to continue with the program. Thanks for all of you for joining. A couple of reflections from the previous panel and how we are moving into this panel. It's going to take me a minute, and with that, we'll start the session. So my name is Jorge Astelumendi. I'm the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council. Atlantic Council is one of the co-managing partners of the Resilience Hub, along with GRP, and a set of our partners are here. I can see Shanaz from SSN and several others. And we've been doing this for the past 5 years. We started in Glasgow, and the Resilience Hub has created a name of itself, a brand, a color that is hopefully recognizable. And the main spirit of the hub was always, and I can see here David Howlett, which was one of the starters of it with me and others, it's always been to create a community that comes together and exchange and learn from each other and listen to each other. And I think this is a perfect testament to that, what I'm seeing today, and it makes me feel so proud and so rewarded of trying to do something, having it conceived, and then working. So thanks for being part of that community. Thanks for coming today. And with that, let me just do a very brief bridge on what we heard this morning on the Resilience Must Knows to what we're going to be listening now. The Resilience Must Knows are a reflection, a science-based set of reflections on how resilience actually should look like. But the should needs to then be applied to reality. In the case of finance, one of the areas that we identified for applicability of the Resilience Must Knows is how to use different sources of finance to make adaptation and resilience work on the ground. And one of the major reflections over the past years is that there are some kind of finances. Finances have different flavors. But there is one in particular that we would like to focus today and how that actually deploys on the ground, and that is concessional finance. And I won't go into a lot of the details on what concessional finance is. We'll hear from a lot of panelists and experts on that. But it's basically patient capital, money that it's allowed to fail, that can test things, that can experiment things. Again, now connecting to the Resilience Must Knows. One of the must knows, I think it was number 6, if I'm good with my memory. Was it 4? 4 is about experimentation, trial and error, failure, and being okay with failing. And concessional finance allows for that. The thing is whether we have enough of that or not in the system. And our argument is there is not enough patient capital in the system. So for adaptation and resilience, we need to try and try and try and be willing to fail and then learn and do it better. So let me move now to the real practitioners on the ground that will allow us to focus on how that interconnection between different flavors of finance looks like, should look like, and how to make it better. So let me pass the Mike to Luca Torre from Gawa Capital, and he will introduce himself. He will explain a bit of, what his vision on this, and then we'll move into a panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Jorge for really the opportunity to speak before you, before such a knowledgeable audience, and certainly I have much more to learn than to share myself. Briefly about myself, just so that my comments are put in the right context. I'm the CEO of Gawa Capital. We're an impact investing fund management company. We manage around 300 million euros. And over the past 15 years, we've made about 50 investments in financial institutions and businesses around agriculture and climate, with the purpose of really strengthening the resilience of small farmers and small businesses. And I've been using concessional finance extensively to catalyze, to ensure that private institutional investors will come to the table. I think we very well know the kind of urgency that we are currently facing. Myself, over the past 15 years, have been traveling extensively in emerging markets and met many farmers, but over the past few years, almost every single farmer and small businesses that I met, they just mentioned how climate is the real challenge and how they're trying to cope with that. And concessional finance really can represent a very powerful leverage to catalyze most capital. Why do we need more capital? Because farmers, for example, as they're facing a more erratic rate pattern, they do need to install irrigation systems, and they need to get the money to install that irrigation system. So again, capital is a very obvious, but is a very important part of the equation. So today's panel, we will explore how we can more effectively channel concessional finance into transformative solutions guided by science. And this is what I want to focus my 3 minutes remark. Why science? What is concessional finance, first of all? Concessional finance is about bringing around the table organizations with very different perspectives on objectives on life. You bring together, you bring together international financial institutions, private investors, people with very different perspective. And science is, in my view, the only way to create a common language, a common framework where everybody can agree upon. So let me illustrate this with a real example, so we make it really tangible. Earlier on this year, we successfully launched a fund called Quali. It's a 250 million euro initiative. We did the first closing, so we already have 140 million close, which is especially focused on supporting vulnerable small farmers and small businesses in Latin America and India. And in order to get this capital, we used a blended finance structure. So we had some international organizations, such as the Green Climate Fund. Some of you might be familiar with that. It's a United Nations kind of entity, the European Commission, which is a government. Those two entities provided the first loss. So what does it mean? It means that if something goes wrong with the fund, it's about failure that Jorge was mentioning, they will take the first hit. And that will allow larger institutional investors, and we're talking about very large insurance company, to invest in a fund that otherwise they wouldn't invest because they would feel too risky. Can you imagine a Barclays or a Allianz or investing into a fund that invests in agriculture, in emerging markets, in small business? That's going to be very difficult. So conscious of that, large institutional organization, they do that. Now, how can you bring together these two entities? Science is the answer. We all need to speak that the same language, so that we understand what do we really want to achieve. Secondly, science and technical expertise are also essential to design this blended finance structure. And then let me walk you through very briefly, I think it's interesting also for the following session, how we operate and how we do that, how these blended finance projects are created. The way we do is that we identify a very specific climate or social issue that we want to solve. For example, we want to help smallholder farmers increasing their productivity. Then we design a theory of change on how that problem can resolve, so what needs to happen for that to be resolved. And then we design an investment strategy, so in which companies do we need to invest in to unlock that theory of change. And once we have that investment strategies, which is basically in a form of, we want to invest in this kind of company, this is the kind of tickets, this is the way that we'll be investing, we go to institutional investors, we go to pension funds, and we say, do you like this? And typically they say, no, it's too risky. So then we go to the public investors, that they will give us the concessional capital, so that they can actually, so that the institutional investors can actually come in, and we can unlock the many, many billions that we do need to solve these problems. All this process, again, starts with science, starts with a theory of change, which is backed by science. So science is very, very important. And the third reason why we do really need science involved in blended finance and catalysts is that we are seeing how governments are reducing their development budget dramatically. So there will be the need, increasingly, to use that little capital we have very efficiently. And again, to allocate that capital efficiently, we need to be guided by science. That's absolutely key. Yet, there is a challenge. Science might complicate things. This fund that I just mentioned to you, Quali, this 250 million, took me 4 years to set it up. It's very long. It took a lot of patience, and we can't afford that. The urgency is key. Why it took so long? It's because every single stakeholder have their own scientific requirements. So there is not a real standardization. So the Green Climate Fund asks us these requirements, the European Commission, some others, institutional investors, others. So what I'm saying is that science can complicate things. So there is absolutely need for standardization. So use science, yes, but let's be sure that science does not complicate things and doesn't stop at no analysis by paralysis, right? Or that's the way you say, I think. So that's also extremely important. So this is the challenge. So again, science is an enabler. It's a common language. It's a way to build blended finance structure, and it's very important right now, but let's be sure that we use science appropriately and in a standardized way. So in the next hour, we will collectively explore innovative ideas, identify concrete barriers, and hopefully co-create actionable pathways forward. This is what I had really had to share with you. Let's try to challenge conventional thinking. I think I was very keen to see around the room people with very diverse kind of backgrounds, and I think the problems we have at hand, they do require a strong. Well, this work has been going on for a number of years, but I think it's very important, this radical collaboration among very different. So, as the panel said, let's break them all. Let's break the mold, because really millions of lives really depend on getting this right. Thank you very much.
Take your seats, please. Good morning, everybody. My name's Daniel Stander. Hopefully you can all hear me loudly and clearly. What I would like to do now is have a conversation with all of you. I don't want to moderate a panel, and I don't want us to speechify and talk at you. What I want is... I'll keep speaking. Is it that? Catch. Let me know, wave at the back if you can hear me okay. Thank you. I'll keep going and I'm going to trust the AV team to sort it out in the background. I want to have a conversation with you guys. I want some energy in the room. We're all here because there are problems to solve. We're not here to listen to people, pitch ideas, or tell you what they already think or what we already know. There are lots of people in the room that I recognize. There are loads of people in the room that I don't recognize. That is a good thing. Can we bring to this our best thinking, our best ideas? Let's celebrate all the things that we know work, but let's celebrate the things that we don't, the things that we don't know and where the gaps are. Can we also please identify perhaps who might not be in the room, who needs to be in the room, and how we get them in the room to drive the change we wish to see, how we're going to influence them, and how we're going to carry this conversation forward. I say it's a conversation, but I'm not really interested in conversations. I'm interested in action. Storytelling is important, but story doing is much more important. I like systems thinkers. I like to think I am one myself, but I much prefer systems doers. So what I want to come out of this is actually something we can carry forward. I really like this hub. I really like this resilience brand that has been created thanks to the Race to Resilience that started at Glasgow. It's a great convening power. What's going to come next and next and next so that we can drive the change we wish to see? We've got great people here to speak with us, but we've also got other people in the room. We've got someone scribing and trying to turn what we say into something visual that we can take away. We've got poets in the room who are going to try and inspire us by synthesizing what it is they hear. I've got a throwable mic, which I'm going to use, and I want it to be chucked around so everybody can join this conversation. Just when you speak, very briefly, name, affiliation, and let's keep our interventions brief. And this conversation involves all of you, even the people at the back who are still typing on their laptops. They're going to step up. In fact, I'm going to ask you all to stand up right now. So everybody on your feet. If you're an introvert, don't worry, it's safe. Okay? The reason I'm doing this is because as I came in, somebody came to me and said, I don't know anything about finance, I'm not a finance expert. And then we hear from someone who spends his life in finance. So I just want to try and get a sense of the room so we can have a conversation where we meet you all where we are. So some really simple questions. If you feel you know the answer to the question, stay standing. Okay, let me think of a question. I'll start with an easy one. If you feel comfortable that you know the difference between finance and funding, stay standing. If you're not sure, sit down. Didn't lose, okay, good, didn't lose many people. Next question, okay, governments really only have 3 ways that they can finance something. If you feel you know what those 3 ways are, stay standing. If you're not sure, sit down. Okay, that's interesting. Wow, okay. So, basically you can raise taxpayers' money, you can borrow more, or if you're really lucky, you can get grants. That's fundamentally it. Last question then. If you feel confident that you can define what blended finance is, we started to hear a little bit about that. Okay, thank you. I know I said I wasn't going to pick on anybody, but would anybody like to define blended finance for me? Throwable mic? Well, you sat down.
Well, I didn't know the government one.
Okay. Everybody else sit down. Just say your name affiliation.
So Hannah Woods at Bees for Development. I'm going to have a go, right? So blended finance is essentially where you're using different types of financing to fund different projects and different parts of projects and different things.
Okay, I'm going to ask what types of financing, because it's 2. Over there. Public and private. So essentially, capital that needs a market return and capital that is concessional and is willing to take less than a market return. And bringing those 2 together fundamentally is what a blended finance is. Thank you. I thought that was helpful for me to get a gauge of where we are in the room. And if at any time you want to come in, wave at me and we'll bring you in. I would like to start with the panel. And I'm going to ask you a question. And I would like, if you can limit yourself to a 1-sentence answer, challenging. I'm actually not going to do introductions because I'm assuming you've read the agenda and you're here because of the agenda and it says people's names behind them. But I'm going to start with Ariana and I'll go down the line. I think my question is going to be something like, if there's one thing you could unlock to scale finance into community resilience, what one thing be? Ariana.
In one sentence. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I would want to unlock a better understanding of what resilience for last mile communities on the front lines of the climate crisis really looks like for holders of concessional finance.
Understanding what community resilience means at the last mile. Thank you. Sam.
Similar. I would like to unlock a greater understanding of the value of local knowledge and the potential for local innovation.
Excellent. Make sure we unlock the knowledge that already exists on the ground. Shinaz.
My one sentence, I mean, it's similar to theirs, but it's more around the financiers acknowledging the deep knowledge base that is at the community level.
So not just understanding what resilience means and that there is local knowledge, but respecting and acknowledging that local knowledge from the top down, from the financiers.
Yeah, absolutely.
That sounds to me a lot like trust.
Yeah, it is trust. Yeah.
Tricia.
Sorry.
Thank you. I guess I'll carry on from Luca's comments. The one thing I would do is try to convince institutional investors, pension funds, endowments, foundations, philanthropy to lean in a lot more to blended finance. Right now, the pool of blended finance from those institutions is fairly limited.
Thank you. So, guys, you're in this conversation too. So the question I just posed to the panel is now being posed to you. I'm going to give you a second to think, but if you have something you wish to contribute that we need to unlock, not just through this discussion, but going forward so we can get some takeaways, it's understanding what resilience means, respecting that there is in fact local knowledge there and often the people on the ground know best, making sure we trust that understanding and having more types of capital and capital providers come into a blended finance ecosystem. What else needs to be unlocked? I'm going to go there first because he was a little bit quicker. Just name, affiliation, what needs to be unlocked, one sentence please, and then Annie.
Chris Lee from Climate Kick Australia. So I think the key thing for me is how do we, Luca talked about a 4-year cycle, is really, and I hear that all the time, how do we lower that transaction cost and get those things happening much more quickly?
Can I just clarify, that 4-year cycle is the investment return cycle or the time to investment?
The time to build this fund.
Time to build the fund. Time to build the fund. So we need to accelerate how quickly capital is mobilized into vehicles that can be deployed. Yeah, I hope the scribe is getting this because this is good stuff. Let's go, Annie. Okay, let's pass it to Annie gently.
Annie from TreeAid. I think we need to mainstream what high integrity investment looks like, both for concessional and private sector investment, to drive resilience on the ground.
I would like you to explain that because I'm not sure everybody knows what you mean by high integrity.
Yeah, sure. And so, we work a lot with carbon investment at the moment. And so, high integrity means what is actually going to create impactful change on the ground that leads to resilience for ecosystems and people, not just for return on investment.
So I think that's really interesting, especially because you mentioned the carbon angle. If we're going to be driving investment that's allegedly going to deliver results, what we really don't want is carbon credits that don't materialize. So there's lots that we need to do to make sure integrity is there to give the investors confidence, but essentially to give society confidence that we're going to deliver. See, I'm going to leave you out, Luca, because I've got other voices. Nice to see you, Mark. Catch, and then back to that lady over there, please.
Yeah, I would say we need to unlock tolerance for an impact model that is systems-wide, that it brings in different actors across the system, and benefits may go to specific communities, but no one group captures all the benefits. So we need to sort of move away from single point sort of impact actions into a more systems-wide way of looking at investing and understanding impacts of benefits.
Thank you. That speaks to my heart as someone who likes to think holistically and for co-benefits. Let's go to the lady in the khaki olive dress over there. Who's waving at you? Keep going, keep going. Wave. Stand up and wave, because Mark clearly can't see you. Mm-hmm. Good. Thank you. Super important, and we can go, and that unlocks a lot of things, getting that data right, not just to underpin the integrity, not just to quantify co-benefits and make sure they're realized, but to mobilize capital in the first place. Anybody, can we go to the lady over there who just put her hand up, please? I'll go to the, yeah, okay. In that case, speak up, and we're going to replace the ball with a real mic. And I'm going to ask my panel, I hope you're listening carefully because you're going to have to respond to all of these.
Yes. Hi, I'm Anju Sharma from the Global Center on Adaptation. And I think what we really need is a greater risk appetite from funders.
Thank you.
And donors.
Yes, as someone who spent a lot of time helping institutions define their risk appetites and risk tolerance, getting them to change that is not easy, but good. I'll take one more if there is one more. All the way, two more. One in the second row, and the gentleman earlier who helped me with my definition of concessional finance, please.
Samantha Sharp from the Institute for Sustainable Futures at University of Technology, Sydney. We had two of the panellists talk about the importance of local knowledge, and we also had Luca talking about how science provides this mechanism for communication, but science traditionally doesn't have good ways of systematically integrating local knowledge.
Excellent point. I also would add that science can sometimes get in the way of communication when it gets a little bit too wonky, and how do we have this conversation in a way that mobilizes rather than confuses or becomes politicized?
Thank you. Christopher Decky from the Environmental Defense Fund. I think what we need to unlock really is the ability of Global South, of developing country governments to be able to raise their own revenue without worrying so much about illicit financial flows, or the fact that so much of the potential tax revenue is being shipped to the global north or to the economic core in some way. So that's what I would say. We need to be paying attention to some of the work that's happening now in the UN Tax Convention, for example, or the Solidarity Fund work. So just ways of allowing developing countries to mobilize their own capital and revenue for things that their democratic society believes is important.
Thank you. And I'm just reminded of some other conversations that I've come from recently with a bunch of mayors in Africa who were, on the one hand, keen to mobilize these external sources of funds, but worried about a fatigue or a laziness that may set in if you become overly dependent on external sources of revenue. Guys, lots there. You provided us with a lot to start with, and I was really pleased we did that because it opened up a whole new set of conversations around potentially the challenge between science and local, or the importance for high integrity, making sure we're using good data to unlock co-benefits, to increase the speed with which we're setting up these funds. We talked about some of the things we want to get unlocked. At some level, they could feel a little bit negative. Well, woe is me, there's so much on us here. But you're doing it at the front line, and you're seeing what's working. So could you possibly reflect on what we've heard and maybe bring to the table examples from your own experiences which are working, if we could unlock it more, and some of these unlocks, what would actually help you scale? And just wave at me who wants to go first, because I don't really mind. I'm not surprised, Patricia. Trust in North
I love my examples, so I will go first. And I want to echo something about the risk appetite. I do think sometimes there's this perception of higher risk than there is. And I think that the conversation, and I'm sure, Luca, for 4 years you had this conversation, that you do need the concessional part of that stack, but actually the return usually comes much faster than you expect. The repayments are usually much faster, and the defaults are usually much less because it's coupled with technical assistance. And I think this is, to me, it's a little bit crazy that I used to work for the IFC 10 years ago, and IFC started this 20 years ago, where coupling technical assistance with concessional finance leads to very low default rates. And so I do find it frustrating that there isn't more capital coming, despite a lot of the evidence we already have. So I will quickly go into an example. So one example I wanted to share, we have about 100 projects in 40 countries. We do a lot of well, we did a lot of USAID work. And one of the examples I wanted to share was a project we did in Nigeria. It was a 5-year project, $16 million. And it was part of the Feed the Future program. I know some of you know about this. It essentially provided technical assistance and concessional finance to 2.5 million smallholder farmers. And these were on the front lines at the last mile. So we trained intermediary agents that provide extension services, and 75,000 of them reached 2.5 million farmers. We took the 16 million and leveraged that by about 4 times. We had about $65 million financed from Union Bank, FCMB, and other banks in Nigeria. And the idea was that there were a lot of unbanked smallholder farmers, really the last mile, and how do you incentivize agents or service providers who provide inputs, seed, nutrition to the crops? How do you incentivize them to go? So what we did is we, with the concessional finance from the US government, provided guarantees and offtake agreements for those intermediaries, allowing them to provide seed, nutrients, crops to the farmers. We used low-cost capital to guarantee the offtakes, and the agriculture extension agents felt comfortable giving the inputs to the farmers. There were almost 0 defaults. And the incredible story is that of those 2.5 million smallholder farmers who are now connected by technology and continue to receive loans, credit, the agents now know how to use credit methods with their farmers, they had over $2 billion in sales. The goal was 300 million, and we reached 2 billion. So it was one example of, by providing first loss capital to the banks, we proved a model whereby now, the project ended this year. Luckily, we got it under the radar before they could cancel it. We proved a model whereby, by providing technology and technical assistance, it can now be a sustainable model on its own. And there was no loss.
So I would like the other panelists to maybe build on that as examples of where we've seen concessional finance help unlock something to scale. Before I allow you to, I just want to make a point that I would like actually to be captured, not necessarily by Scribera, but whoever's taking this forward. There was a question earlier, or a point earlier, about risk tolerance and changing the risk tolerance. And I said that's hard to do. In fact, I don't think it's anybody's place to change someone else's risk tolerance. It's actually quite a personal thing, or if it's at a corporate level, it's set for good reasons. What we can change, though, is people's perception of risk. Right? So I think that's where we need to focus our efforts. And I would tell you a couple of things, if I may, because I know I'm not a panelist, I'm not supposed to be speaking, I'm supposed to be moderating. But actually, the risk is a lot lower than people think it is. But when it's in a far-off place or a difficult place to do business, then it gets loaded. So we need to help people understand that things are not as risky as they think they are. The second thing I think we need to understand is that actually community lending, historically, is super reliable. I have had experiences of it with collectives, local collectives, and the risk of default is almost zero because of the level of community accountability between those individuals. But that's poorly understood and poorly reflected in the risk models that then go into evaluating any opportunity. So I wonder whether it's not necessarily the risk tolerance and the risk appetite that needs changing, but actually the perception of risk, because these opportunities are not as risky as they appear. Third point is, even though something is, even though you could recharacterize the risk will remain. There's nothing that's zero risk. There's never a non-zero probability of something bad happening. And that's where I think some of this stuff needs to be blended, but blended with risk capital as well. So with public markets, with private markets, and then a little bit of insurance capital as well to take the risk away from those investors. So when we are talking about concessional finance or blended finance, and we said earlier public-private, I think your model is probably going to be public-private and some risk capital to de-risk, because as good a job as we do helping people understand and recharacterize what the risk is, there's always going to be some there, and that's where the insurance industry can act as an enabler. Apologies for making a point, but I think that's worth carrying forward as we go to COP and as we go to other convenings, so we get the right people in the room. Who would like to build Shayna's work on what works in addressing these unblocks, please?
Yeah. And if it's okay, I'd just like to tell a bit of a personal story that's big, because my sense is that this thing about funding resilience is not new. So I grew up in South Africa under apartheid more than 30 years ago. I'm still quite young. And I grew up on what was there, and it's still called the Cape Flats. It's not very nice, nothing grows there, etc. What the community, and I'd like to tag onto this thing about the community trust and the way that plans were made, etc. So, for example, for someone like me, there was absolutely no way I would end up at university if it was left to my family, or because there were no bursaries being offered to people of color, let alone women of color who want to go and study engineering. The community then got together, and for them, building resilience to stand up against apartheid looked like educating young people. Because the sense then was that these young people could then get into the systems and build resilience of the communities. I was one of the lucky few that got funded by the community with the intention that once I started working, I had to give back to the community, and I had to make a difference in making sure that the lever on apartheid got shifted. There were no contracts signed, and to this day, I still walk around with that I give back to the community, that there's others that we support in building their resilience, and now it's not resilience against apartheid, but resilience against climate change. And the same model has worked, and I think there needs to be more recognition for communities' agency, as well as the fact that most resilience currently and adaptation is being funded by the communities themselves. And often there is no defaulting on the loans, especially if they are given to women. There are mechanisms in place where money gets pooled, etc. And so thinking, and what I was quite taken aback by, but maybe I shouldn't be, by the comments from the audience, it was all through a financier's lens. I probably maybe only heard one from the community lens. And so my sense is that we need to highlight that agency. We need to ensure that those with the money, so the communities also have money, I think we mustn't forget that, but that those with the additional funding understand the agency that the community sits with and the trust that lives there. Thank you. I mean, that was a bit of a passionate, but for me it's a lived experience.
Yeah, and all the truer for it. And I think there's something there about trusting the community and trusting them over the long term and being patient and trusting to know that they will deliver for you. Sam or Ariana first, and then Sam, please.
Yeah, just to build a little bit on what Shahnaz and Patricia were saying. So I work for an organization called Give Directly. We use mobile money technology to deliver cash transfers directly to households living in poverty, in extreme poverty, and primarily in sub-Saharan Africa. And what I would like to kind of share or build on is essentially that, we spoke about the fact that, this last mile kind of potential consumers or customers of finance are unbanked, and this is sort of a main challenge. But the mobile money revolution has really opened up a level of infrastructure and technological possibilities to reach people directly with capital that is unprecedented and never seen before. And what Give Directly is trying to do, for example, with our work where we deliver large lump sum transfers, so about $1,000 a household typically, is provide households who are living on the front lines of the climate crisis. So that might look like extreme contexts of drought, cyclical floods in northern Kenya and Uganda. It might look like people who have experienced a cyclone and then a flood and their whole communities have washed away in southern Malawi. The opportunity to receive an unconditional grant through direct payments to then make the decisions, make the choices, the investments that they need to make to build resilience. And this doesn't mean that the very well-intentioned and science-based interventions around training, providing inputs, providing sort of agri-tech for sustainable livelihoods, et cetera, are unfounded. But it does mean that oftentimes the people that we're trying to target with these interventions are extremely, extremely poor and need capital to make basic investments as well, including, for example, building sturdier household materials, sending their kids to school, maybe buying a motorcycle and starting a small transport business to the local market, and what have you. So I think that's one thing that's worth noting as well.
What I really like there, amongst other things, I have two things. One, you brought technology into the room, and it hadn't been discussed before, and we're being kindly hosted by Bentley. So let's acknowledge that maybe there are some more technology firms, and technology is a big class of industry that need to be in this conversation. But there was something else that you brought in. You talked about unconditional grants, as opposed to grants that come with some capacity building assistance based on some understanding of delivery. And I don't think it's either or. I think it's understanding when we need which and how we put the two together. Because there are times when we want to trust that community to know what it needs to get done and just empower them. And there will be times when actually the skills and the capacity is not there and they recognize that too and they want assistance. And so some of the loans, as opposed to grants, may come with some obligations. And I think it's a case of horses for courses, making sure we have all of the tools available to us and we deploy the right ones in the right situations. Sam, unlock us, please, with your experience.
Yeah, thank you. So I just got back from a place called Ngole in Tanzania, which is a place with all sorts of different risks, but also lots of opportunities. And it's part of a project called Valuing Variability in Arid and Semi-Arid Landscapes. And the idea of this is to recognize that given rainfall is always changing in this arid landscape, but also they're right next to a national park, and every other year, even every year, elephants leave the park and chew up half of the crop. So climate actually isn't the main risk. It's making everything else much worse. And the reason that we're able to get to the bottom of all of these different dynamics threatening the community is through participatory planning tools and approaches. And maybe they're a little bit old school in a sort of technology center, but getting down with the community, giving them the space to articulate what the needs are, what the risks are, and what isn't going to work. So really interesting. In Tanzania, there's this huge push for irrigation. Nobody mentioned it. All workshop, even though this is a part pastoralist community. And at the end, we said, why is nobody talking about this? They said it doesn't work here. The source isn't appropriate. The water's not quite right. The government tried it. It was really expensive to fix. We don't want irrigation. It's going to be a waste of time. And actually, it took 2 or 3 days to get to that little kernel of something that the policy planners at central level can't recognize and aren't able to. Where the gap is being able to turn those participatory planning processes and connect them into the concessional financing. And that's what's not worked yet, but it's what we're trying to build, is a collective of different organizations, whether they're financial institutions, technical advice, community representatives, who can bridge that participatory planning and local knowledge to the finance. And having that group of intermediaries is a collective that can be the trustworthy bit that holds it all together.
Yeah, that's really important add, I think, to the conversation there. I'm buying a little bit of time for everybody in the room because I would like you guys to start reflecting on what you've heard and join this conversation. I think that the importance there is this participatory planning process, which I think I just repeated correctly. And it's one thing to have local knowledge. It's another thing to want to accelerate the time with which it takes to create the fund. It's another thing to change the risk appetite or the risk profile. But really what we need to fund and be patient for is the permission to run those processes. I have some experiences of that from other grants that I'm involved in, where it really is community-led resilience, and it only works if it's place-based and you have a deep understanding of your situation. And it's one thing to say the knowledge exists. It's another thing to then build consensus in the community about exactly what we need to do when and how, and make sure all the stakeholders, public, private, whatever, are engaged. So let's not ride roughshod over the hard yards that need to be done with that participatory planning process. So we started with some things that needed to be unlocked. We heard from people doing this work on the ground about what is working, and hopefully some inspiration of what we could scale if we get it right. I said at the beginning I want this to be a conversation with all of you, and I know I brought you in somewhat artificially at the beginning, but you're still part of this conversation, so catch my eye if you want to say anything at any point, or indeed now. Is there anything that you've heard that you think you want to build on? Anything that's been missing that you've experienced that you think could help us unlock? Or maybe some of the blockers that were identified to begin with that we're not unblocking through these examples? I'm going to go to the lady with the jacket and the green blouse underneath, and then to the other lady behind.
Yeah, sorry if I'm making another comment again. Sophie Punter from LifeLinks. My belief is that the best way to get funding in is if you demonstrate the benefits that the receiver brings. And I think the discussions are very much presented as communities as vulnerable, as someone in need. And most communities are part of a supply chain, farming, medicines, mining. And if we're able to link those communities to supply chains that rich countries, rich companies depend upon, can we use those to leverage finance to help those communities build resilience? Is in the self-interest of Western countries, multinationals. And I think that opportunity, at the moment, I don't see it yet. And I wonder if you see that opportunity too.
I really like that point. As the mic is moving back a little bit further, we talked about, or at least I brought in systems thinking. I want to understand entire value chains, and somebody also brought up essentially beneficiaries and making sure we know who all the beneficiaries are from all of the co-benefits. Only then can we fully articulate the value to those participants, some of whom may be domestic and local, some of whom may be international. So the mic has gone. There was a lady waving at me over there in the chair. Sorry. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. My name's Juliet Milliken. I work for an organisation called Realliance. All of you have spoken about working with the poorest of the poor and with small farmers, and it's great to hear what you just said, Sam. We know that large financing organisations don't have the time to deliver small grants, that they take a lot of time and a lot of energy. I'm sure I'm not the only person in the room who works for a brokering organisation with a network of local partners who offer capacity building where we need it, who have participatory tools, and who dispense small amounts of money around the world. One of the big problems we have is, of course, money transfers and money getting lost. Takes a huge amount of our time. That's a big issue that we need to pay attention to. Trying to transfer 500 quid to Bangladesh has taken hours and hours of staff time bouncing it back between banks. Important thing to take account of, but Sam, can we have a chat at lunchtime? And can other financiers get in touch with those of us who do this work on the ground with local partners for very tiny overheads?
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to come in? Sorry, Lauren, all the way down here, and then we'll go in the middle if that's okay. Oh, and then a third. Thank you.
Thanks. It's Chris Kelly from Practical Action. Just really struck by the dichotomy we have, a lot of focus on science, Luca, at the beginning, and how science is the enabler and the answer. And then we've got a non-traditional view of science, I suppose, kind of community participation, community engagement that came across very strongly from our panel. And it's just getting those two views to kind of be talking the same language. I think that's my observation.
Yeah, great observation. And I wonder whether this is, in fact, the traditional view of science. The community may know best. Let's move along the line. The lady in the middle here, and then there was a gentleman behind, please.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Aisha. I'm from CADLAS, but today I want to ask a question from my perspective as someone from a small island in the Caribbean. I'm from Barbados. And I was just listening to the panel discussion, and a lot of the examples you gave, the scale of the projects have been massive, obviously. So the thing about the Caribbean is we have trouble attracting concessional finance for a number of reasons. Mainly, we're heavily indebted countries, primarily import-based, tourism-based economies. As you know, we are very climate vulnerable, and we have a really small population. So my question is, obviously the scale of the projects that can happen in the Caribbean are pretty small, and we have very high adaptation needs. What role can blended finance play, and how can we attract blended finance to help fund adaptation in the Caribbean?
Thank you.
Or other small island developing states around the world.
Really important point. As the microphone goes back over your left shoulder, I just want to say, I think some of these interventions have been quite localized and quite small, and some have been at scale. But I think your point is an important one, thinking about the investor, the private investor in this, they want scale, and even the public investor wants scale of impact. So how do we get to scale?
Hi, I am Usman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of this company called Acclimate. I'm based out of Kenya. I used to live in London in private equity space, pivoted away from that for a long time ago. One of the things I learned while I was here in private equity, and my roots are in Pakistan, that's where I grew up, was that despite an angel investor in this multi-billion-dollar private equity fund being from Pakistan, they never invested there. Why? Risk perception, exactly what you said. It didn't matter what the data said, it didn't matter what the companies were, it didn't matter anything. I remember one of the partners went to Pakistan, it's like, wow, I went and landed in Islamabad, which is a 4 million person city, a village in my eyes. And they were terrified. For what reason, I don't know. I go there, I see golf courses, he went there, he felt nervous, right? That risk perception is not gonna go away unless the right people are in the room. And that's my realization over the past 10 years. So question maybe for the panelists is like, yes, besides the justice component of having representation and equality, there's deep knowledge, local knowledge, whatever you want to call it, that exists in people who are from the places. They know how to navigate the social, political, economy, risk perceptions themselves. They should be in the room more. How do you get them? Why hasn't that moved forward as much? It's question number one. Maybe comment number one. Second, I also serve on the board of this participatory development organization and on this private sector natural insecticide agriculture company in Kenya. A lot of that comes together in like climate finance and some of the different challenges of like this big agribusiness needs bigger financing, this local participatory knowledge needs a different kind of financing. I find myself wearing these multiple hats and wondering how to solve these problems, and neither of them have clear answers while they're scaling very well. So I want to put that forward like as someone who's navigating these three different worlds quite often. I still struggle to find the right people to talk to. It almost seems like everyone has a conversation to be had, but the action doesn't always follow. So I don't know how to answer that question or even posit this question because that's a struggle we have consistently. And I'm sure all of you agree to many different levels, but I'll pause there because I know I've shared a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take two more, and then I'm going to try and bring it back. So can we come forward to, I'm trying to read your name on your name badge, to Sophia, and then we'll go back a little bit. So Sophia first.
Hi, I'm Zofia from LSE, and I studied history. And one thing you see a problem with multilateral development funds is sometimes the idea that it is developed countries telling developing countries what to do and providing funds conditionally, sometimes for good reasons. And my question is, we've talked a lot about the perception of risk from the investor's side, but what are sometimes the obstacles from the community in their perceptions of how this is going to work? Is there, in your experience, has there ever been hesitation from their side, and how do you fix that? Thank you.
And then let's go back a few rows. And I'm going to come to the panel afterwards, and my question, so you can be preparing, is in response to this, what do you need to see happening differently from those that are providing the finance to help you scale your work?
Hi, my name is Lynn, and with a company called Pollination. I actually have a case study of blended finance to share with the audience, as well as kind of a couple call to action in response to the lady's point around, how blended finance can be better leveraged to support small island developing states, the SIDS, in many contexts where, the many projects needs are very small and the transaction cost of blended finance is quite high. So at Pollination, we're currently working with climate fund managers, MUFG, the GCF, and FinDev Canada on this fund called Gaia, which is a global adaptation-focused fund. And I believe UNDP, C40, and many other CSOs are also involved in the process. So I would just echo, Luca, your point earlier in terms of, the long horizon is needed to establish blended funds. I think in Gaia's case, it also took 4 years, and we're reaching first close this week with $480 million to deploy. So then now comes the challenge of finding projects to actually invest and making sure that we're deploying capital into the right places. So in Gaia's instance, we have a 25% mandate to invest in SIDS as well as LDCs in countries that we have kind of targeted. But the issue is, it's really difficult to work even with a network of, global and local institutions to really find the projects that are bankable with high standards of impact and integrity. So maybe this is just a call for action in terms of, how can we better work together to unearth those projects and build a better bankable pipeline for adaptation and resilience for investors to more effectively deploy capital.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to see Gaia coming to fruition. I was around the table in Sharm when we were trying to get it off the ground. So thank you for your persistence. And one of the things that was, in fact, identified very early on in that process was it's one thing to raise the capital. It's another thing to have that bankable portfolio of projects to invest in. And maybe that can be something that we note that needs to come out of this to match capital that I hope is hungry for projects that deliver impact. Without that, we're not going to get very far. Guys, what do you need to see from the investment community to scale your work? Oh, Sam, you were first.
Thanks. Well, I'll try and maybe pick up on a couple of comments. You mentioned about the history and reticence from communities. I mean, certainly in northern Tanzania, this is an area where false promises are made all the time. NGOs come, they do some research, they disappear. And even government loans, the government has tried giving loans to communities to invest in agriculture, and the communities sometimes just keep it and say, well, you're the government, you gave me some money, I'm having that, and it never gets paid back because they know government's probably not going to do anything about it. So how do you manage that first? And also, just to add that the process is a little bit different. If you're a community and you've been on the receiving end of grants all the time, it's different when you're now going, here's my business idea, I'm now going to go out and find some money for a business plan. And that requires trust in the mediators of that process. So the strategy that we're using is to go make sure that we're offering something first that's concrete, a public good investment. It could be a water source or rainwater harvesting. And then start to say, okay, now let's work together to start attracting investment in the local innovation. So that's one part of it. I think another thing that we need on the investment side, and more widely, is a recognition that you have to walk before you can run. I don't think you can just go straight out for the venture capital. I think we're starting by thinking, first we've got some grant money, can we use that to bring in philanthropic capital behind one of these business plans? Let's try it and test it, and then once we've got some learning, then we can say, okay, now let's start moving out to impact investing. And give more time for that. And I think the reality is it just takes time, particularly if you're working with communities that are not used to this sort of approach. They're typically underserved by government. Recognizing that patient really does mean patient. That's not a little extension on what we might normally wait for to see a return. That means a real long-term investment in community resilience. And that is, I think it's going to take time, but that's where transformation lies. It doesn't happen quickly.
So a request for more patience. In my own career, I've been involved in a lot of first ofs or past pathfinder projects, things that are pilots. They don't always scale and they don't always lead to the next. And maybe some of it's patience, but also I think some of it is telling the story correctly about who were the beneficiaries, what the impact was, how do we evidence that in a way that is compelling. Patricia, Shinaz, would you like any of you come in with you have the mic. What do you need to see differently from the finance community?
So reflecting, for me, there's two things that stand out. The one is this definition of bankable projects, because often it's very tangible. And I think to expand that a bit, which won't be easy, but to start including intangibles, such as trust, such as so things that you can't directly measure, but that start getting built in the long term. And the second is to be very aware of the context that you're going into. So, for example, there's lots of talk about insurance, whereas in many communities, people see that as a big taboo. So the two are expanding what the definition of bankability and a deep respect and understanding of context.
I guess I have two things. So one would be, I think the next 5 years we're projected to have about $1.5 trillion deficit of climate finance going into developing countries. So it's, yes, they have their own finance, and over the long term with tax reforms, hopefully we can get there, but we have a 2030 target, and we need about $1 trillion a year. Major governments are scaling back, so ODA next year is supposed to be down 30%. I don't know if everyone saw the news this morning that now the European countries are being asked to provide 5% of GDP to defense, which as soon as I hear that, I think, oh my God, right, less ODA. So I think we're gonna be hit with a perfect storm where we need a complete revolution in the way endowments of foundations, we need more Bill Gates, right? We need them to say, in the next 20 years, I'm spending down $200 billion. Or in the next 10 years, we're gonna accelerate and pay out 10% of our endowment versus 5%. I think we need a radical shift in the amount of finance. And I also think you need to shift down in the capital stack from where you are. So if you are blended finance at a low, very low debt rate, then just go to completely concessional and to a grant, right? And start thinking maybe a little bit differently. If you're, I help with our endowment, and we used to always be like, we have to be in the A shares. Maybe we move to the B shares, right? And you start to shift. Given the crisis, we need to have a different perception. Like you said, the institution needs to change their perception of what return is. And it may not always be a number, it may be a co-benefit. And then the other quick thing, I want to just respond to the comment about private sector. I 100% agree. One of the things that we do is we work with multinationals. We're a nonprofit. We work with multinationals to decarbonize their supply chain. And one of the things that we've done specifically with Nestle is we've done 400 insetting projects with them, where they inset within their supply chain to build more resilient supply chain throughout their whole supply chain. So I think that's a huge opportunity to get more companies to think about the resiliency of their supply chain, and then they invest in their supply chain and fund those projects from their own internal capital.
Thanks, Patricia. Really good points. In terms of who needs to be in the room and who may not be in the room, as we take this conversation forward, let's make sure philanthropy is here, and let's do what we can to encourage that conversation about shifting down the stack or moving entirely to unrestricted, unconditional, because that's what needs to happen. Did you want to say something, Ariana?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I won't add much more, but just to maybe state the obvious or the elephant in the room, which is that we also just need so much more of overall climate finance to go to adaptation. I mean, it's kind of crazy, actually, that where we are, where about 5 to 10% of overall climate finance is still only being channeled to adaptation, and the rest is going to mitigation, which, of course, we need to be looking at kind of solutions to mitigate the climate crisis. But that's one maybe thing that I would also add, and maybe one more is my experience, and I mostly raise funding from grants, has been that the climate adaptation space is very splintered and fragmented across sectors and themes and objectives and KPIs, and that's something that's endemic, I think, to the broader aid sector. But the livelihoods people want to see livelihoods outcomes, the health people want to see the health outcomes, the food people, And the fact of the matter is that the climate crisis is multifaceted, and one sort of, again, flood washes away your home, and there goes your health, there goes your education, there goes your home, there goes your livelihood. And just sort of taking a step back and moving above and beyond our kind of KPI-driven nature and how we look at funding things, I think is really urgently needed.
I'm really pleased you made that point, because it was also on the tip of my tongue that although we're here at London Climate Week, climate is intersectional. I'm pleased that the London School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene is in the room, because it's a health issue. I understand it's also a food issue. Sometimes it's a transportation issue, but to your point earlier, it's also a security issue. When either locally it's causing civil unrest or internationally it's driving migration, these are things that unravel the fabric of our society. So even if dollars are now flowing in other directions, I think we all need to be agile enough to articulate the climate crisis as a health crisis, as a food crisis, and as a national security crisis. And I think it behooves us to be agile in that way. With an eye on the clock, I'm going to say, hot poets, get ready. That's like your 3-minute warning to do your thing. I'm going to try and rap, but rap with the floor. Meaning, my question to you all is, what is it that you want to see us carry forward at the next convening when we meet again at COP? What's the call to action that the Resilience Hub and the team can make sure gets reported on and that they drive energy towards as we go forward over the next 3 months? So let me look at that. I'm going to look at Luca first, and even Sibyl, who's in the room from our must-knows. If you have anything to say, we'll go there first. And then a gentleman over there. Well, I want calls to action now to wrap, please. So Luca first.
Yes, I want to be sure that we don't see a dichotomy between, top-down kind of investment approach and community-based. I think there is not. We all need each other. And I think the missing link in this conversation, it would be great to have this in the room at COP, is community-based finance institutions, responsible ones, because they can be the link. They are the link. In the fund we raise, we basically invest in microfinance institutions for the most part, and then those are the ones that have the community links and deliver the capital where it's most needed. So I think those are a very, very important part. Have to be a conversation. And in Race to Resilience, there is one initiative which is called Scale for Resilience, which is we are in fact a community of microfinance institutions and investors and other practitioners to really be able to ensure that these microfinance institutions deliver climate solutions to the most vulnerable.
Thank you. In my experience, super important. And HSBC will find it really hard to invest in something super local without that local institution, microfinance institution, that it can trust to defray some of that risk, essentially to take on some of that risk, because they know that community firsthand and they have a good appreciation of the risk profile. Sibyl, is there anything you want to add based on the must-knows? You don't have to, just give you the opportunity.
Yeah, so I would just like to say, first, that I appreciate the comments between the tension between science and traditional knowledge. I think that there is a tension, and we scientists for sure have been not very good in sort of integrating existing traditional knowledge. But I also see that it is changing. There is a lot of science today that is co-produced, that is like making that step. And I think that the value, and I think this is word for everything that we are talking about here. It's like the value is actually to address where the tension is. So like, it's at the tension that we can learn more with each other. So I would like to see more of those conversations at the Resilience Hub, more conversations between people that don't agree with each other. I think that maybe we here in the room have different opinions, but we're still part of the same community. Mm-hmm. But it would be good to actually bring in the real tensions. That's where we sort of like learn more. I heard a lot of things that relate to several of the must-knows. I just wanted to make one last comment. It's not necessarily about must-know, but it's about scale, and it's a little bit of a challenge also, because I think when we're talking about scale, I see like the tension between the speed of investment. I see the tension between sort of like the need for scaling up solutions and showing that they can be scalable, but actually scale can mean very different things. And some of the things that you were scale does not necessarily mean to reach out to more or to grow, but it can mean to reach deep. And I think that many of the things that you were talking about, even about risk perception and sort of, they are about scaling deep. It's about mind shifts. So that's a challenge for COP.
Thank you. As the mic moves back to the gentleman over there who's going to give us, luckily, our final call to action, Poets Get Ready. I love the idea of facing into the tension, and I loved your point of scale as depth, almost brought some spirituality into the room. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. I'm Daniel Morell. I'm the founder and CEO of Balance Eco. So my question is that there's two messages coming from the panel. One is the hurry up and wait, and the other is the we really need immediate action. So the idea is, how do we expedite the immediate action and bring forward the hurry up and wait in terms of getting project ready? And my suggestion is that there's a three-pillared approach to this issue. One is to combine biodiversity with human rights and social economic well-being, co-benefits, combined with a retired, verified tonnage of carbon. And what would one think of that approach?
Thank you for the call to action to address the tension between the hurry up and wait and at the same time mobilize quickly. I can see food has arrived. which I'm personally very grateful for. I'm going to ask the panelists to stay and invite the poets to come and riff and then send us with your wise words into some food, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have been sitting at the back, absorbing as much as is possible. We haven't read each other's, so there may be some overlap, because that's just sort of natural, but we'll see what happens. Liv's going to start.
Just to context this, Chris has just said you do the start and the beginning. So I've just whacked mine in half. We're going to see what happens. This is how it works. But an amazing talk, and just the energy and the action has been incredible. So this is called, I hope it's okay that it's called Breaking the Mold.
That's what it's called
It's
now.
called Breaking the Mold. The table is round. Let's put a sledgehammer through it. Make 100 tables, 1,000 tables. Put the pieces of the table in a blender. Add high integrity, context, and some flair. Pour in risk with a whisk to make air. Shuffle the chairs. Keep them shaking. We are future fortunes raking, making money flow quickly out of pockets into soil. So micro explosions can take root, seeds begin to shoot, and in the edges, new markets flourish and emerge.
All stand. If we could change one thing, let's fail more. Who's in the room? Who needs to be in the room? Storytellers, story doers, finance, science, public, private, poets. We blend, we try, we learn. What is the theory of if you could change one thing? Understanding what community resilience means, local knowledge, convince investment funds to lean in, accelerate finance, high integrity, tolerance for system-wide impact, understanding what measures are to attract the finance, greater risk appetite, developing country governments raising own revenue. People on the ground know best. The perception of risk is higher than reality. Return comes faster than you expect. So what's working? $65 million invested in small-scale Nigerian farmers, $2 billion in sales. Prove the model, and roll, and roll, and roll. In apartheid South Africa, communities came together to educate young people to build against and beyond apartheid, and the same model works for climate change. Community is resilience, community is mechanism, community is the lens. Mobile money puts revolution in pockets. Opportunities for change. Ask the locals in Tanzania what they know about rainfall and irrigation. Ask companies what they're doing for supply chains. Ask communities, join the dots, look after each stepping stone. How to attract finance to the Caribbean. Tourist economies, heavy debt, climate vulnerable. Scale is not always scalable. Step back from KPIs. Climate is in food, is in transport, is in security, is in migration, stitches in the fabric of everything, everywhere, all at once.
Don't stop acting and reacting. Break the mold. If we want our lineage to get old, we must be bold. The stakes are high, it's do or die, and we must know that money needs to fail to weave a bigger sail into the face of tension. Don't rebuild a single table in the hope of keeping our fear stable. Instead, invite all the people in the village to come in, share a drink with all our different ways to think, and make a plate for our ancestors and a place for our neighbours and a better fate for our children.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I almost don't feel worthy. That was great. What words to carry us forward? Jorge, with your permission, let's just roll into food, keep the conversation going. Feel free to speak to any of us, but speak to each other. We're not going anywhere. Thank you, guys.
Hello? 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 Esra, can you hear me okay? Yeah, volume's good? Right. Shall we usher people over? Yeah. Okay, I'll just...
They can definitely hear you.
Sorry?
They can definitely hear you.
Everybody, can I have your attention? We are starting the next session, so do move to the front of the room. Starting the next session. Starting the next session. Starting the next session. Next session is starting. Next session is starting. Do move to the front of the room. Next session is starting. The next session is starting. Do move to the front of the room. The next session is starting. Do move to the front of the room. The next session is starting. Do move to the front of the room. Next session is starting. Okay. 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 We're about to show a film, so do move to the front. Yeah.
So how do you want the cut? As in
It's patchy, but it's good to have the volume. Welcome everybody to the first session of the afternoon. I'm going to obey the strictures of Daniel Stander and the Hot Poets, not by pitching anything to you. I'm not going to talk about my organization, but I am going to talk to you about a professional and personal frustration I had in 2023. On the one hand, I was involved with a process that was leading up to Dubai and COP28, which was to really put the climate resilience and adaptation needs of countries in conflict, in fragility, at violence, onto the map. So I was involved in developing a charter and a declaration that became the Peace and Security Declaration that was launched with great fanfare in Dubai. The other side of my work was involved in working on Sudan, where we were trying to build a forecasting and early warning system for 48 million people, and that country had fallen into conflict in April of that year. And what I experienced was this sort of phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, that on the one hand, I was working with quite a lot of donors and experts on this declaration leading up to the COP. And on the other hand, the donors were running away from Sudan. They were freezing all of their programs to support weather agencies, to support community climate adaptation. Who were the donors? I won't name them, but some of them were bilateral, some of them were multilateral. And we thought, we can do better, but we need to be smart about how we do this. So we carried on working with our partners, the Sudanese Met Agency and our community partner, community-facing partner, Sudet. But in the meantime, I thought, what can we create that does three things? First of all, it injects some kind of a steel spine into the slabware of rhetoric that's coming from the donors, that gives them some resolve, that stops them blenching and running away, that gives them, some fire in their bellies. First thing. The second was and this had come out of a meeting I'd had at the UN, where the UN said, we've stopped our programs, we've decided to create a framework and a handbook for these countries. And I said, that's very nice. We can always do with the odd handbook. And I thought, okay, how can we create not yet another framework or a handbook? Can we create something that documents our work with our partners to build the early warning systems? Can we do not just storytelling, but story doing, to pick up on Daniel's phrase? Can we create a new format for story doing? And the third thing was, actually, nobody seems to care about Sudan, right? Not even my kids care about Sudan, right? My friends and family don't care. The UN OCHA was launching appeals in the shadow of tension in Gaza, but in the major shadow of the war in Ukraine. And I thought, how can we make people care? How can we create not just empathy, but purposeful empathy that may over time create a new financing model for our work, right? It could be philanthropy, it could be public donations, it could be blended finance, who knows? But we need to start with purposeful, engaged empathy. So those were the three objectives of what I'm going to show you now. This is a kind of mini premiere. It's a 7-minute film. I'm kind of slightly nervous because this is the first time we've shown this to a group as large as this. I've got 3 other colleagues in the room. One of them's a member of the cast. We'd love your feedback and a bit of a sort of a reality check on how we're doing on those 3 goals. So with that, could I ask Camille to roll the film?
Azima is an Arabic word which means determined or resolute. It is often used to describe someone as undaunted in the face of a challenging situation. In Sudan, war has left millions displaced, starving, and without basic services. Extreme weather events, including floods and heat waves, are hitting people in conflict areas hard. Early warning information can save lives and can help protect the little that Sudanese communities have salvaged. But how do you create an early warning service for people starved of both food and information? And how do you deliver extreme weather warnings in a country where communication systems are in ruins? This truly is a daunting challenge. Meet 5 exceptional Sudanese individuals displaced and scattered to different parts of the globe by the ongoing conflict. They have taken refuge in Kenya, Egypt, the UK, and the UAE, but they are all united as a team. They share a vision of building a simple, accessible emergency weather service that helps the people of Sudan protect themselves. In the coming months, they will face multiple obstacles. Azima is the story of how they will bring life-saving weather information to the people who need it most. And Azima is the story of our team of 5 and how they will need to remain undaunted by every challenge they encounter.
Mohammed Al-Sheikh. I'm climate expert. I'm also a numerical weather prediction expert from Sudan Meteorological Authority. When I was in Khartoum and the conflict started, I was with my family, my children, and was confusing where to go for 2 months. and there is no news what's happening and what will be in the next days.
I consider myself one of the lucky people who have been able to move out of Sudan and find a living somewhere, even if temporarily. But this usually gives you the feeling that you have left behind some people.
I was isolated at a time. I was isolated, and working on developing this project brought me back to the mainland, I can say.
This project gave me the opportunity to pay something back for these people. I feel that I am really lucky, and those people are still vulnerable. So I just want to give them something.
I'm Dalal Hamoudi from Early Warning Unit, Sudan Meteorological Authority. I'm working on the impact-based forecast on calculating thresholds, triggers for some extremes that are affecting our countries.
Lately, the flood rates are increasing in Sudan, and many people have been affected by it, and to the tremendous extreme level.
Sudan is affected by the conflict. Again, the situation of climate communication is affected, and we have lost the access to our headquarters, and we are working on a rescue plan to give the information. They are now in a worse situation. They are displaced, but lacking climate information will make them suffer more, because the crisis will be double crisis.
We have that gap to raise the people on the ground.
To fill this gap, our team, Mohammed, Dalia, Isra, Dalal, and Abel Gazim, will be using a unique approach called Daraja. Daraja brings community leaders and weather forecasters together to create weather warnings and a communication system that meet the requirements of people deprived of normal public services and information channels. Daraja means degree in Arabic and bridge in Swahili. And Daraja is the name of the new emergency weather and early warning service for Sudan that our team is racing to build. Their task is urgent. They need to construct this critical information bridge for their stricken country before the heat, rains, and floods come back to afflict their communities.
Providing information with actionable advice to the vulnerable communities that are suffering from the conflict, and it empowers them to protect themselves against climate hazard.
This why I think this project is very important for us, that it's community-based. It will be like a link.
I think now it's clear for everybody. We just have to start and go forward.
Follow Azima in future episodes as our team of 5 strive to launch the Daraja Sudan Emergency Weather and Early Warning Service before the extreme weather season strikes their communities. Up next is the daunting challenge of Dalia. How will the research effort she is leading accurately capture the weather information needs of millions of her people and her beloved country?
Great, thanks, Mark. And I think Ezra is in the room. If you can wave your hand, stand up. Do speak to her later. And it's great to see this. Are our slides moving forwards? Yeah, okay, great. Can you hear me now? No, hello? 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 I'm going to have to shout in. Oh, is that better? Hello, can you hear me? No. Now can you hear me? Is that working at the back, Sheila? Okay, now, I can't drown out all the people who are still networking over lunch, but please come and join us. My name is David Howlett. I'm a senior advisor with the Climate Champions. I'm going to do a bit interaction. Has anybody heard of a climate change high-level champion? Put your hand up. Yeah. Who's not heard of a climate champion? Okay, one or two. Well, the climate champions are appointed by their presidents for different COPs. So my current bosses are the climate champion for COP29 and COP30. That's Daniel Shepi from Brazil and Nigar Apadari for Azerbaijan. So I work in their team supporting their Race to Resilience campaign. Who's heard of Race to Resilience? Oh, it's getting better. Also, they were behind the Resilience Hub. Who's heard of the Resilience Hub? Who's not heard of the Resilience Hub? Okay, great. And it's really big thanks to the Resilience Hub for giving us space for this session. So that's a bit who I am. I also want to know who is in this room. It links a bit to Mark's presentation. Who's working on climate risk data? A good handful. Who's working on solutions to adapt and build resilience? Yeah, I think that's almost most people. Who's actually working on getting knowledge and information to people at the front line? Or you're still keeping your hands up. So this is what the Resilient Planet is all about. So I'm going to address three questions before I ask Sheila to come and speak. Where did it come from? What is the challenge it's trying to address? And a bit where we are. So it came about from a conversation with my Director of Resilience Adaptation at the Climate Champions team with Justin Keeble from Google.org or Google Cloud. They were interested how they can be part of Race to Resilience. We had a design sprint with Google in New York, and it led to the challenges that we have lots of information on climate risk. We also have lots of information on early warning. We have a lot of information on solutions to build resilience, but the challenge we're facing is people aren't getting that information. So the aim of the Resilient Planet was how do we get information on climate risk solutions so that people can make decisions. And we had a big discussion, which user group do we start with? And Google was saying you have to be really clear, David, you can't get everybody in the world going at once. Do we start with business leaders, and there's some here in the City of London? Do we start with city mayors? Or do we start with people at the front line? And we started with community leaders in informal settlements, AKA slums. And really good news, Google.org, which is the foundation of Google.com, not the commercial wing, gave us a grant. And big thanks to the partners in that. It was the Global Resilience Partnership, Stockholm Environment Institute, Spark, SDI, Slunders International, CR2, and Marco, you'll have to, the University of Chile, is Climate Change Research and Resilience, but he will be speaking later. Oxford University and ONA, the software company, so big thanks to them. A couple of plugs before I give it to Sheila. One thing is we want to do, and you heard before, how to empower people living and working in formality. And Her Excellency Rosanna Mubarak, the COP champion for COP28, wanted to move on this agenda, particularly after meeting women leaders from informal settlements in Nairobi. So we've led to setting up a working group on informality. So there's a big invitation to join that group. It's not to talk, it's to deliver action on the ground and to demonstrate that at COP30. If you haven't seen already, the presidency set out how it's going to deal with the action agenda on Friday. There's 5 axes. There's one around cities, adaptation and resilience. There's one about social inclusion and development. And you'll hear more about these things. The Champions team will be working closely with the presidency. But can we arrive in Belém? Even if we don't get to Belém, can we, by Belém, setting out lots of actions? And I'm now going to hand over to my friend and colleague, Sheila Patel, who will perhaps say a bit more about why what we're doing is important.
Thank you. Thanks, David. I spoke earlier in one of the sessions in which we talked about the right of every individual to get new knowledge, to start looking at how to build resilience in their homes, in their neighborhoods, with their families. And we all need to acknowledge that the huge deficit of information, knowledge, action, resources that people who live informally face is not something that's easily going to be sorted by some philanthropic support from somewhere to some people. So one of the things that community women said to us, which forms the basis of not only Roof Over Our Heads, but this particular initiative, is we need to know in advance how to deal with the crisis that we don't understand, and we need to know it before the crisis occurs so that we can protect ourselves and our children. And in the discussion, what came out was that most of them built their homes in a way that provided them some shelter over their heads. But with extreme weather, this was not enough. It was vulnerable. The wind could blow the roof off. The rains completely destroyed it, and there was nothing called waterproofing the house. And the heat just made it impossible for people to live. So extreme weather became the main focus of how to transform their homes. So we campaigned, so these are the books that we produce called Roof Over Our Heads, in which we work with women in communities, the people who do their construction work, the people who provide them materials, to think of a new way of doing things so that their homes move towards being weatherproof. And we've moved away from a traditional philanthropic model where we'll ask money for somebody to go to one neighborhood. Instead, we have a plan that allows us to set up 100 learning labs in 20 countries with the view of understanding what is generally everybody's problems and what are specific problems in different countries and different neighborhoods. And as a result of that, we're able to find solutions. Now, 100 labs sound great, but they're nothing in relationship to the fact that there are over 3 billion people living informally around the world, and this number is already growing. So what we hope that the Resilient Planet Initiative can do is do 3 things for us. There are many things they can do for everybody else, but for us, we're saying, how can women living in informal neighborhoods with smart solutions be able to share this with others so that a woman living in another city can get access to it? COVID taught poor women all over the world how to use their phones. Most of them have old phones because their husbands and children want the new phones. But they've learned how to take those phones and use them. And one of the things that they did to the Google team was, how come you don't have any answers to our questions? Google has answers for so many things, but it doesn't. So we're looking at ways by which our work and other work which is related to producing resilience in very vulnerable communities in relationship to extreme weather, will be able to aggregate the data that we collect, aggregate the data that comes out of anticipating extreme weather, to find out places where people can find new designs, new materials, new construction techniques, and produce a new architecture of producing resilience amongst those who are very vulnerable. And the whole idea is that that data should also be available to researchers. We want there to be a democratic exchange of knowledge. We hope that the researchers who use this data will put stuff back into this portal. And we're hoping that with AI and all the new language translations and everything, we would be able to reach out to more people. And India, where we have started, this is a very good example. We have 29 languages. So if we can do it with 29 languages, we can do it with another 30. So that's what we want to get out of the Resilient Planet Initiative. And we hope that this is interactive and that all the modern technology that we have access to, which is transforming our world, has some positive impact on that of communities. Thank you. David.
Thanks, Sheila. I think I now invite Namrata to take over and present what is the RPI, and it's its first public outing. It is a beta version, and there's going to be invitation and discussion. How do we take this forwards? So, Namrata.
Hello, everyone. I'm Namrata from Global Resilience Partnership. We, along with the many partners that David mentioned, took on this initiative last September. And I'll just give a very brief introduction on what the platform looks like right now and where we want to go. So overall, the RPI initiative basically began with a very clear purpose to provide localized digital access to climate resilience, not just risk, which we see a lot of data platforms do, but also adaptation solutions, and then help exchange those solutions. The main focus is on co-creating, and hence we have too many partners, and we want more collaboration on this initiative as well. The way we designed it was the partners we included not only provided us with data, but also helped us design and also helped us link with the community who would be using it, but also providing the solutions that could be exchanged with anyone else across the world. So mainly, just over the 8-9 months that we were working on this, we started off with co-designing with the communities in Nairobi. We brought in folks from informal settlements in Nairobi, as well as Tanzania and Uganda. And we got their information got their inputs in terms of what they would like to see when we say this is a platform for adaptation and resilience solutions. So what is it that they would like to see? Obviously, one of the most acceptable and insights what we got was a very simple interface that works on low bandwidth. Also multimedia support, because not everybody understands written language, and also location-based filtering. So some of these, there's many. There was a list of about 100 asks or requirements that the communities focused on. And this is what helped us start off the initiative itself. So here is where the initiative, the platform starts. We have the Solutions Hub, which is hosted on a website. This one lists all the adaptation solutions that we have up till now. But because we just started, it's a very simple list of 30, 40 solutions, along with information that we've also gathered from our partner initiative, We Adapt, that hosts about 900 to 1,000 case studies linked to adaptation solutions. And you can scan and start interacting with the website itself. So very quick look at what the solutions page looks like. You can sort by hazards, by different kinds of tags. You have regions, implementation level as well. We also have a temporal level, as in what kind of solutions are you looking for? Are you looking to prepare for an extreme event? Are you looking to respond to an event just happening right now? Or are you rebuilding post a event? So there's very simple solutions. What we as a community think these are very simple solutions. Everybody knows this. Who doesn't know about rainwater harvesting? But when you go on the ground, this is something very innovative for certain communities. There are many communities who do this, but there are many who do not. And that's where the exchange part comes in, that there are communities who have very simple solutions that could be replicated in some other region, and this platform does that for you. And these are the case studies I mentioned from the We Adapt. So we not just specific to community level solutions, but also other research that helps build these kind of processes, and also information on different participatory methods to undertake these kinds of solution gathering. So if you go to the website, very simple. Because this is built for the community, there's just 5 things that we ask for, which is a title of your solution, very quick summary, some location information, multimedia, and a brief note on the solutions as well. And this is the Exchange Hub, which you can access via Telegram. It's the Resilient Planet bot. You can, if you have Telegram on your phones, you can search for it. And it works as individually as, you don't need to really connect to the website. Everything on the website can be accessed on your phone. And this was one of the asks of the community, that it should be accessible on my device. I don't have a computer, but many people have mobile phones. And nowadays, many have smartphones as well. Though one of the asks obviously is to not make it just smartphone access. So that's where we go next. But at present, you can just share your location or not if you don't want to. And then it gives you some solutions based on your location. It takes you to different questions, which are what kind of implementation level do you want to look for, the temporal level. So whatever was on website gets filtered over here. And you can select a specific category of solutions. So for now, we have information on extreme heat and inland flooding. Soon as people start populate, we would have more categories as well. And then you can rate some of these solutions directly on the bot itself. And if you go to the end, you can see you can add a solutions from here itself. If you don't want to access the website, you don't need to. It's all on your mobile device. So that was the platform itself. But where RPI started was with the Oxford University's initiative on Data Hub. So it started with a risk viewer and a finance lab, which is where we are integrating climate risk data with the solutions platform itself. So going forward, we would have more interactive layers of solutions, but also risks to be viewed together. So this is the kind of information that's more of a regional scale, but we would like to bring it down to more local scales so that it's more useful for communities directly. In the next phase, obviously we want to reach out to millions of users. Everybody on the planet should be able to use it. We want a more easier way of data sharing, a solutions taxonomy that supports filtering, accessing these, and also try and embed some sort of adaptation metrics into it as well. And start looking at interaction with other platforms that already exist and make it a bit more smart and scalable, get in more AI now, because everything is moving over there, and improve a bit more of discoverability, but more of a localized community-driven interface, and start investing in refinement of the digital infrastructure as well. It's very basic right now, but we want to make it more, truly accessible and actionable, especially on low bandwidth. And finally, in the next phase, we started off with East Africa, but we obviously want to focus on the LAC region as well as Asia. As I mentioned, get into more AI side of things, but also looking at, if you were here for the previous sessions, we had representation from Give Directly, so something like that. So if there are solutions populated over here, but someone else wants to implement it, they can directly go and ask for, I need to implement this solution, can you give me $500? Can you give me $1,000? And we want to integrate with platforms like Give Directly, where a solution could directly be supported via this platform. So this is it from the platform side of things. If you have any quick questions, we can take them, but we have more interactive session where everybody gets to interact with all of our partners and speakers. We can go directly into that as well. Okay. Okay.
Thanks very much. Oh, it's okay. You've shown us how to upload solutions. Do you have a team that are moderating solutions before you post them to make sure they're safe?
Yeah, at present, it's just us partners, but we want to set up a system which is more of an advisory content moderators. It's up to set up now, because right now we don't have that much interaction, but as soon as it starts, now that we've launched, as soon as we start getting more, we would set up.
It's a really important question. It's also who owns the data as well. And if we're successful and we have millions of users, we're going to be, so we're going to have to be really interested in how we do this, whether it's through like a TripAdvisor approach, whether you have a 1-star or 5-star review. So very much making a peer type of review, and also the ability to share photographs and videos, but we need to make sure that the IP, intellectual property, stays in the public domain, and particularly there'll be a whole range of users. This is public property, and we'll come to the end, but invitations, how can we do this at scale? It's easy to do it when you've got, say, 30 solutions, but not when you have 1 million solutions or variants of.
Yeah, I see the problem, and I like that idea that it's reviewed by the people who use it, but unlike TripAdvisor, the risk is not a bad holiday. The risk is you don't survive. So I think some kind of curation is probably quite important.
Agreed.
Thank you. Joseph Ganga with the Africa Climate Energy Nexus, providing the underlying data that will power this kind of work. One of the things that I learned at the first Africa Climate Summit, where I served as a CEO, was indigenous people and people in rural areas don't want us to give them solutions. They also have experience with floods and with droughts, and they want to be able to share their expertise and complement what we are offering. Does your platform allow for them to suggest what they think should be the solutions for themselves?
Yeah, actually it does, because we are categorizing it as a solution, but what we aim is to get that kind of information over here. So, and hence we don't have too many filtering contents that you have to check these many boxes to get your expertise or your input in. You can just, if you have an experience with ROT and how you, what kind of knowledge you used, you can just put up that information over here. But obviously we also have guidance on who can, you have to have an authorship name. So if you want to be anonymous, that's fine. But if you really want credit also, there's authorship credits given as well. So that, and then there's commons creative information on how that can be used as well. So we definitely want more indigenous people to interact with this as well. Okay, I'll take this one, but after that, we have more interaction anyway, so I'll just I ask you guys.
I'm happy to hold off my question until later as well, if you want to move forward.
No, please go ahead.
So I'm Usman. I really love this presentation. In fact, so many organizations say they're going to do this kind of work and haven't seen the work output yet, so it's fantastic to see it. So just to celebrate that. I used to work at a company called Arifu, which in Swahili means to inform or to be a trusted advisor. We managed to scale digital information to 2 million people across East Africa, Southern Africa, and West Africa, mostly farmers. So a lot of this sounds familiar, except obviously a different topic.
Yeah.
The thing about that is, I guess a lot of times there was always the question of how does this actually become relevant to their day-to-day decision making? Because I guess a lot of people in this room are thinking about medium to long-term risk, whereas the individual is thinking about what do I need to do today, tomorrow, maybe the day after, what's the rainfall going to be for my crop that I've landed in the ground. And I'd love to hear more about that, I guess, over time as they take up and some of those challenges that come with, yes, the information is there, but how do I actually apply it in my day-to-day? Make it really relevant to the way I might do a Google search for something, how are they using the system over time as well?
Yeah. That's our expectation to build that interoperability as well, because a lot of community members told us that even if we have solutions, when to use it. For example, responding to an event. So most of them wanted an early warning systems embedded into this as well. So for now, it's not, but that is one of the priorities to start. And we don't want to build our own system, obviously, but there's already early warning systems existing. We just make them available along with the data. And so if there is a flood incoming, and if the level is not too high, it's low, and you can do it with your own expertise or some local, your own household solution, then it filters out for you that you're in a low-lying area. Even this kind of minimal response would be useful for you. So that's the level we are thinking as well. So, and also hope that you guys can interact more. But in the next session, because it's also post-lunch, we are staying away from a panel discussion. And we're going to, all of our speakers will divide into 3 groups, 1, 2, and 3. And what we want is each of them will be a conversation catalyst. So team 1 will be Sheila, Joe, and Mark. And you sit with what group? Team 2 is David and Suranjana and Roberto. And team 3 is Sukena and Marco. So what we discuss is this. How does it benefit people? So we answer these 2 questions. How do we expand to more users? And how do we focus on more useful solutions? And how doesn't it interact with different groups? So if you're in your chairs, you can just move around one of these. But if you're standing way over there, you could also come in over here and interact. We will get those notes. At the end of those discussions, we will give you 3 dot stickers, and you just put up one of those so that we can prioritize which one makes more sense to take up next. So it's a bit more interactive, and all of the speakers are the partners on the project and more continuous collaborators. So you can get their inputs on where we are taking this and where we are going forward with this. So I'll ask all the team leaders to, you can have Joe, Sheila, and Mark over here. And David, Suranjana, and Roberto over there. And Sukena and Mark over there.
Roberta going to speak? Do I need to speak as well?
Yeah, so just on these topics. Yeah, I don't think you'll need microphones because. Yeah. Some of them. Sukaina. Sukaina, can you take this out so that we can have those people?
It's a good idea.
I'm Ken Shumitz.
Oh, hi.
It's a pleasure.
Would you be able to come on
So
Friday or
I'm just trying to decide whether I'm useful and competent.
No, you're very useful.
So one question is I think maybe the most relevant thing I have to talk about is bill change. But are you going to have somebody speaking about that already?
Yeah, we asked someone from Bill Change. David, who was speaking of the forum, he has reached out to Bill Change as well, but I don't know if they are available because that day there's too many events and parallel events. So a lot of our speakers are on other channels as well. So I'm not sure if Bill Change themselves will come, but your perspective.
I mean, I would be kind of redundant
If they come. I'll just let you know.
I mean, I'd have my perspective, but and otherwise I would talk about things that might be tangential, like we worked on how you encourage remittances. We worked on mobile money. We worked on cash transfers from Give Directly. Do you think does that?
Yes. So what we are looking for is how do we finance a lot of hyper-local.
Come out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Sorry to interrupt, but I hope you had a good discussion and everybody has one of these, which are 3 sticky dots. And in the next session or next interaction, we would just want everyone to... Yes, we have more stickies over here, so you can pick one of these. So from one group to the other, just move around. And we have some questions and some solutions that were provided by every one of you. So you can vote for the priority that you look for. It's like, I wouldn't say voting good or bad, but prioritize. I'm just along the one that you like, or do you think that's a must-have for the next phase of RPI? So just go around, have a read, and prioritize. Or yeah, what you agree with. Maybe there are some questions or there's something that you really like. I'll just. Hello, everyone. I'm at the back now, but thank you, everyone, for providing your priorities and your information. But we'll just ask David to close this session.
Oh, sorry, Namrat. I hate to break into your conversations. I'm going to wander around and just thank everybody for coming. One message, I'll probably repeat it several times, so I think you'd say it 3 times if you're a politician, is get away from the feedback, is we now want to develop the resilient planet. So if you're interested in being part of this process, whether it's expanding users, expanding data and solutions, obviously there are a whole range of challenges in this. But we don't have my email or Namrata's email, but where's Namrata? Yeah. Namrata. I'm just saying, if people want to know more about the next steps on RPI, do they contact you and can you give them their email? So we'll circulate that. Perhaps if you can write it on the board. We will be talking to google.org about the next step. Roberto with Nicola Ranger are looking at how they're going to expand the data hub and the finance hub. So I think some of us will be around for a bit longer, so do talk to us. But invitation is join. Can we make this thing work? Thank you from Namrata, and there's her email. So thank you, everybody. And can someone tell me, is it tea and coffee now? Because someone, yeah, okay, it's break for tea and coffee and more networking. I think sometimes at events, and there's one event I went to yesterday, it was nameless, we went on for about 2.5 hours, and we all wanted to talk to each other, and then it ended, So go and talk to each other, and hopefully you've met new people in the groups. So thank you. Yeah, and we will be taking the sheets away and looking at the white, green, red spots as well to see what you are thinking were the most important issues to take forwards.
Is it on? Yeah, great. Good afternoon, everyone. If I can have your attention, please, before I get my teacher voice out. I can start. Yes, please. Hi, everyone. Can you please make your way to the front? We are going to start the final event of the afternoon, session number 4 on mobilizing business for resilience. If I can please ask you to make your way towards the seats. Filling in the seats from the front. Great. Excellent. Okay. Jesper. 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 I'm trying all the tricks in the book. Jay and Jesper.
I've done my best.
Thank you.
I've done my best.
Oh, folks just want to chat, isn't it wonderful? Okay, last call, please join us. Great. Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. My name is Karina Angeloiu. I'm Head of Strategy and ML with the Global Resilience Partnership. And on behalf of our wonderful co-organizers, so ourselves, WBCSD, BCG, BSR, C2CS, we're big on collaboration and acronyms. It is my pleasure to welcome you for the last session of the afternoon. The format for the afternoon, we've got 2 panels back to back. There will be no Q&A in between the panels, so please save your questions. They'll be quite quick, quite rapid fire. And then we've got quite a nice chunk of the agenda dedicated to your questions and discussion. We will finish with some closing remarks for the day, and I think Jorge Castelumendi is going to do that on behalf of the Atlantic Council. And then we will continue onto a networking reception for another hour or so. First, I will hand over to my dear colleague and CEO, Jesper Hornberg, from the Global Resilience Partnership, who will moderate our first panel.
Thank you, Karina, and thank you for your kind attention. It's been a long day. And we've talked about a lot of important things, and we have many different people in the room, and it's cross-disciplinary, and it's confusing sometimes, and people have different agendas and so on. But a couple of themes are sort of emerging. One is climate change is real and we need to do something about it. And it's probably better if we do stuff together. And maybe we need to look for solutions outside where we normally look, which means engaging with partners that we don't usually engage with in ways that we don't usually engage. And maybe we need to innovate with how we partner with one another. So, since I'm with the Global Resilience Partnership, I need to say the following sentence. Resilience has never been more in need than it is now. Critical juncture, there's geopolitical shifts in addition to the climate change. There's pretty serious economic consequences, maybe even mental health issues because you scroll the news too much. You have children like myself, kids who struggle with stuff, and complete accessibility to all kinds of information. And also, you have the fake stuff there. So in this environment, it's challenging. It might also be that we have new opportunities that we haven't had before. If we look at those, and we also at the same time look at the need, you know, nothing will make you change more than if it's burning where you're standing. You will then move somewhere because it's getting hot, right? So maybe there are opportunities here, and maybe now we can bring other actors into the discussions and listen to them. Now, to navigate a few of these things, I have the absolute privilege of having two quite scary, if you ask me, but very experienced and wonderful examples of transformative leaders. The first one comes from my second home country, Kenya, and it's Michael Joseph. Please come up, and I'll introduce you in a bit more in a second. And the second one is Namita Vikas. Please also come up. Yes, anywhere you're comfortable. I don't know why we have so many chairs, but maybe the next session.
I think I'm going to stand.
Yeah, standing is totally fine. Okay. I'll do a mix then. Michael Joseph, for those of you who don't know him, is currently the chairman of a company called Pula. But he is better known maybe for being the founding CEO of Safaricom in Kenya. And Safaricom is in more places than Kenya now, but also M-Pesa, which was the first mobile payment platform. And you can ask Michael a lot of the details, but it's a massive platform with transactions in the billions every month. I think that's just within Kenya, right? Yeah. Lots of experience, does a lot of other things, has been the chairman of KQ. I believe you left that post last week. So lots of really relevant experience. And I'm not covering everything because then we would just spend time talking about these two wonderful people. The second one is Namita Vikas, a very distinguished senior business leader with 30 years of global experience, a former banker, has done a lot of really innovative stuff around green bonds, been named, been awarded a bunch of things. The list here is very long, so she's pretty exceptional. And works today at, and I need to just make sure I get this right because it's closing to the end of the day, Octus ESG, based partly here in London and partly travels and in India. Great, so thank you very much, both of you. Now, I want to explore what's happening today. How might we scale private sector investment into adaptation and resilience now? And in order to do that, I'm going to maybe start with you, Namita, and ask you for sort of general reflection on what's going on right now. What do you see at this time?
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me here. Thanks for that introduction. I think if I reflect on what's happening currently, I think one of the things that one needs to look at the gap as far as adaptation finance is concerned. So the numbers are somewhere between 215 to 387, where we need almost double of that annually. So that's the gap. Now, if you look at the two main players who are in this space, that's the sovereign states and the multilateral development banks, essentially. Private sector, not so excited about adaptation at the moment. And the multilateral banks, before I go to the private sector, I would say has doubled their investment targets. They're doing a lot of risk mitigation. They're doing a lot of projects. They're providing the catalytic capital that is required. So that's good. As far as the private sector is concerned, I think, one of the things that I want to mention here is, and I see adaptation finance or adaptation sector to be where renewable energy was maybe in 2008, where financing it was very difficult. And then it went through this financing stack cycle, life cycle. So first it got grants, philanthropy to support it for R&D, piloting models. Then came impact investors, then came equity, then came subsidies from the government, then came the early risk takers from the debt commercial capital players, and now we have blended finance models, MDB, and it's pretty much mainstreamed. I think adaptation is somewhere at that stage, and we need a lot to do when it comes to the perception also. So there is a strong perception that adaptation is a public responsibility, it's public funding, and it's not for private sector. So how do we bring in those de-risking models? How do we bring in that scale of capital is really what we are working at. And what we are seeing more and more is unified standards are lacking. So for example, we are working with a large European DFI for a large developing economy public sector bank to look at their capital requirements. And this European DFI is giving $200 million where 50% will go to adaptation. But when we went into this bank, they said, oh, you know what, we don't have any adaptation assets. And we said, that's not possible. And because there's no asset tagging that's happening. Sorry, I'm speaking a little banking language, but these are very important things. So educating the bankers, the credit and risk officers, is very, very important. And that's happening, but not happening at the desired scale that we require to bring in. I think one of the last points that I want to make is we hear a lot about blended finance and how blended finance needs to be used. But blended finance is still in pockets used for some utility scale mitigation projects. Not so much where there is a commercial ROI so far that we've seen in the market on adaptation projects. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Good. I'm going to go to you, Michael, for what's your, and then we'll come back and circle back with some questions. But Michael, what's your kind of view of things now? And in a meeting preceding this, you offered that you hadn't spent a lot of time in climate conferences, but you do have vast experiences with things that have really led to more adaptation capacity on the ground. So what are your reflections?
Oh, thank you. Well, perhaps I haven't been to a climate conference, but I think in my role in Kenya, particularly in Safaricom, which I started in 2000, which is now a very, very big company. But I think what I can say is, although I'm a conservationist and I'm actually chairman of a conservancy in Kenya, what I've seen with M-Pesa, for example, which we launched in 2007 in Kenya as a mobile money product, which is now the biggest in the world and moves, as I said earlier, billions and billions of dollars every month, probably something like 10 billion transactions a day. 70% of the economy in Kenya moves through the M-Pesa system. What that has done in terms of resilience for the people of Kenya is I think, its most important achievement. So it allows people to get paid with insurance payments if they have some impact from climate change, floods, droughts, or whatever through Pula or directly from insurance companies, but also to allow people to move money from one person to another in times of tragedy or serious impact. A few years ago, we had a serious drought in Kenya where lots of people were dying, and we launched a campaign where people could give as little as 1 shilling, donate as 1 shilling to a central fund to help for drought alleviation to buy food. And it was enormously response. There was enormous response because it was only 1 shilling. And the M-Pesa platform is a low-cost transaction platform, so it was very cheap to do that transaction, so it didn't cost a lot of money. So it enabled us to respond to those kind of things, these climate challenging things very quickly. And I also think in what we have done in Kenya and particularly with Safaricom is we want to introduce products that will change people's lives for the better. So everything we do, and it should do, is not the profit should be number one, but how do we change people's lives for the better? Because if you do that and launch a product that does that, it changes people's life, and profits may follow, invariably will follow. But just to echo on what you're saying is, finance or financial inclusion is so important when you're trying to, not at the top end of the pyramid, well, not such a big surprise, but at the bottom end of the pyramid. Financial inclusion is so important. I remember in your home country, in India, trying to introduce M-Pesa in India, and you would think it would be remarkably the right thing to do. 300 million people working away from home and sending money home twice a month. M-Pesa is designed for that market. We could not penetrate it because of the powers that be, the bankers, the regulators. They put such a lot of high hurdles in to make this happen that it just never worked. It never worked, and it should have worked. So you want to also bring in not just the private sector, but also the regulators, the governments, to allow you to do things that will help people at the base of the pyramid. You know, I'll just give you another example in South Africa, my original home country. We couldn't introduce M-Pesa there either because the central bank decided that every single M-Pesa duka, everybody knows what a duka is, I know you do, but a small trading thing, had to be tax compliant. Now, we're in Africa, it's a small trader tax compliant, you know, it's probably 10% compliancy. So the regulators and the powers that be, these are the people that inhibit trying to improve financial inclusion at the bottom of the pyramid. I don't know if I even answered your question, but I gave it a shot.
No, but you did. These are very good reflections. And also, you bring up some of the obstacles, or clouds if you want. As in, if you don't have the collaboration with the regulators, and if a country is not willing, even a model that evidently works, and there's lots of studies on M-Pesa and the actual impact. I think it's in the region of $13 to $16 per household or something like that. Massive impact. So even when you know that something is working, it's still difficult to get it through. So that's a challenge.
It's basically because of the entrenched concerns or fears from banks. Because banks will get exposed for what they really do, is make people poorer. And, and I think this is why the banks are so scared to allow these innovations to come, because they'll say, look, you've been screwing the customer for so many centuries, you'll be exposed, and therefore they try to stop you from doing it. When I launched M-Pesa in Kenya, the banks formed a special committee, and they went to Parliament and asked questions of the Minister of Finance that this was a Ponzi scheme and should be killed. Those are the kind of things. Why fear for bringing things that will change people's lives for the better? Sorry, this is not a financial inclusion conference, but I'll say it anyway.
No.
Get the dig in the banks if I can, where I can.
It's really useful. Thank you, Michael. Maybe I can turn to you, Namita, and maybe comment on that a little bit. I mean, you're ex-banker. What are your reflections if you just look at that kind of landscape?
Financial inclusion?
Yeah, financial inclusion and the obstacles, because these apply to several other industries, absolutely. Insurance, other value chains around food and so on, because you have entrenched interests and they don't want to change because they have interests.
Yes. So I think I'm just going to take a thread from what Michael said. This is about, 300 million people under the radar, really. And you know what? I think the best thing of innovations like this is you are otherwise borrowing at upwards of 36 to 100% rate of interest. Can you believe that? So you're paying almost 4% every day. And that's from the informal markets, because these communities are not credit worthy. They don't have papers. They're moving from one place to another. So I think that's something that needs to be cracked, and there are fantastic models like those. And by the way, we did crack that space in the Indian market by coming out with a solution which worked well. I think what's important to look at is how do you take into consideration the customer. So I'll just give a very quick example here, and again, I want to make it about adaptation as well as mitigation and finance. So it's about what do you spot in the market. So we spotted a challenge in the market to see, and this is for everybody to just think about, 50,000 women are making salt in the western part of India with the sun at 52 degrees centigrade. I mean, we are here just about 24 and we are all sweating, right? So you can imagine. And they're working in these trenches to make salt in the water all the time. They use diesel pumps to draw the brine from the ground and throw it across to make the salt. That's the process. And they have to borrow money for diesel. They borrow from the informal markets, again, at the rate of interest that I mentioned. So they are in a continuous indebtedness cycle throughout the year. After 7 months of rigorous hard labor, they earn about $350 for that 7 months is what we discovered. So we said, hey, you know what, let's look at how do we look at livelihoods, how do we look at gender, how do we look at adaptation, as well as mitigation. So we created a product where we said, we will work with a local bank because we were a large national bank. So we want feet on the street, right? Again, that's very important to recover the money from a risk standpoint. So work with a local bank to move 6,000 women from diesel pumps to solar pumps. So the loans for those solar pumps came from the local bank, which was credit enhanced by us. So we provided a guarantee. We also said, because we had a livelihood target, we said we will do a interest subvention. So against a 13% rate of interest, we did an interest subvention of 8%. And we went with these solar pumps in. In the first season where we applied this, their incomes went up to $732. So that was the spread that they were actually paying to the money lenders. There were emission cuts because there were these. Government came in with a subsidy for solar pumps. The MSMEs set up their businesses in and around those areas to sell these solar pumps, and there was a market that got curated with this one blended finance product that went in. Then public sector banks walked in with the scale, because public sector can really bring in that scale. So I think we need innovative, unique models, but they need to really be disruptive, and this is for any industry, I would think. And how do you get it financed is really about the risk-return matrix for financiers, right? And now more and more financiers are also looking at the impact. I mean, there's so much of targets on impact that executive compensations are linked to all of that. So that's the good part. So I would think that these are the examples that we need to carry forward.
Great. You sort of just went into my last question there, which was the bright spots. So then that question to you, Michael. I know that Pula has a lot of bright spots happening, but any examples from there or anywhere else?
I know you briefed me on this before, and I was trying to rack my brains. Do I know any bright spots? I think there are. You know, if you look in Africa, and my experience is Africa, obviously, there are many, I think, where people are changing people's lives selflessly. And I think that there are many, too many to name as an individuals, but I think there are many. And you just have to look in Africa, how we are changing, what people are doing, what they're sacrificing. And I think what actually some interesting point is the withdrawal of US aid made people stand out. Because with US aid, you rely on this giant pot of money that will come to you irrespective. But if you don't have it, then you can really, the bright spots will really emerge. I can just say it that way.
Okay, thank you. Very insightful. Well, that's it. Unfortunately, I could do you want to go for a tea and we can continue this conversation without an audience? I'd like that. But thank you very much. Please give them a hand, and then I'm going to hand over to. Thank you. And here's Karina. If I can ask you to stay here, because there's going to be a Q&A, right? Yes. Great. Thank you. And this is the last you'll see of me today, which is probably something good too.
Thank you very much, Jesper, and thank you, Namita and Michael. I'm inspired, so I'll also stand. You might be wondering, why am I on stage? Marsha Toledo, the Director of Adaptation and Resilience, was supposed to moderate. Unfortunately, she's unable to be here with us right now. So I will be the stand-in moderator for the second panel. As I mentioned, we are doing a bit of a rapid fire, so 2 panels back to back. The first panel was a bit of a helicopter view of what do Michael and Namita see as bright spots, as clouds, we're working the metaphors here this afternoon. So from this wider, broader perspective that they brought in, we are going to dive a bit deeper into 4 specific perspectives. So joining us, we've got Gwendolyn Yu from JP Morgan Chase. Yes, please join us, bringing the perspective of the financial sector. We've got Rodrigo Fernandez, our host here today from Bentley Systems, who will be bringing the infrastructure and tech systems and software perspective. We've got Anthony Hobley from Howden, who will be bringing an insurance perspective. And last but not least, we've got Brooke Vermorris from IBM, who will be bringing, again, a tech and software perspective, but with a slightly different bent. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's been a very, very rich day of insights and discussions here at the Hub. And we've heard a lot about the private sector, a lot about the potential, a lot about the challenges, some of them very well documented. But we're very, very keen to hear what is it specifically within your companies or specific sector that you see? What is the action that you see taking place? Perhaps we can start with Gwen?
Sure. So within the sector itself, I think our previous panelists probably said it the best. There's not a lot of funding that's going into adaptation. If you look at climate finance, I think the stats are that only 10% of the money is going into adaptation. So that's kind of twofold, right? One is the definition, but there are lots of definitions out there. Second is people aren't necessarily tagging it as adaptation. So if we want it to scale and we want to be able to wrap this into all the different fancy products that we have, then fundamentally it has to go into things that we know. So what do we know within sustainable finance? We know how to do loans, we know how to do bonds. Those are the very classic things. If you're talking about institutional investors, then we know how to do funds, we know how to put indices into that. How do we then put the sustainability metrics, the adaptation metrics into those? If I dive into debt capital markets and into green bonds, you'll be hard pressed to find labeled adaptation bonds. And that's because either the spend is already BAU for the sectors that are concerned, or it's embedded into the green framework that they have, so it's just within the green bond process. And I'll pause there.
Thank you very much for that. So I guess we need better translators, brokers, knowledge brokers, better tagging, better knowledge management? Or would you go further than that?
I would go further than that because at the end of the day, if there's no ROI and there's no tracked ROI, then you're not going to be able to get it to scale. So JP Morgan's Climate Intuitions recently put out a report on adaptation and resilience, and the study there was that if you put $1 into adaptation finance, then you can get an ROI back of $2 to $40-something back on your money. So it's proof points like that that shows it. But fundamentally, I think with adaptation, because if most of it is going to be public spend, then what's the incentive? How's the pricing scheme? Who pays for it? And if you look at kind of acute disasters and what's happening, it's fundamentally, it's us taxpayers that end up paying for a lot of those things.
And I think this morning's discussions also talk quite a lot about the point around trade-offs. What decisions do we make together? They're difficult decisions, there's always trade-offs, but how do we navigate these together? Thank you very much. Rodrigo, I'll move over to you for your perspective. What action is happening?
Okay, so we are a software development company focused on infrastructure, right? So which covers, a big chunk of what happens around climate. And what we see from our users, it's mostly, you have the proof points of organizations leveraging climate resilience as a way to improve their business model in short term, medium term, and long term. Could give examples, but if you think about climate change, you think about water, right? Water change is climate change, or vice versa. And it's a matter of too much water, too less water. So if you have a company that basically reduces water leakage in a place like Brazil, like we have an example in São Paulo, they are reducing the energy they spend to treat water in water supply. So they reduce leakage. So they save money also, because if they spend less energy, they spend less money. So they have more revenue, right? And we see multiple points on this, right? So there's a huge panoply of projects from our users where indeed they increase the resilience and they increase the revenues, and they basically future-proof their businesses for the future, right? But from looking to what we have and what really is fascinating here is, I come from a background on environmental modeling and numerical modeling some years ago, and that's still, it's a very relevant area for climate change scenarios and all that. Now we are putting more information on that, not just numerical modeling and simulation that you can use for understanding the climate, but also if the infrastructure if you build new infrastructure, is it going to be resilient or not to different extreme weather scenarios? But now you are putting IoT, you're putting sensors, and the most fascinating that we see is now AI that is becoming really, really interesting. For instance, we have made a partnership with Google, and we are using Google Street View to try to understand, by using AI, understanding where we can find problems like crack detection or potholes or problems in roads or bridges or whatever that you can have, any type of infrastructure where you can identify problems that need to be fixed. And I think this is really relevant because we talk a lot about risks from the hazard perspective, but sometimes we forget that we really need to understand the vulnerability of existing infrastructure. Infrastructure is getting old, right? In 2050, we will have infrastructure, and 80% of the infrastructure is already here now, and we will be here in 2050. But it was not built for the existing climate we have today, and certainly not for the climate we will have in 2050, right? So we really need to leverage digital technology solutions and AI as a great way to understand the risks on existing infrastructure on a local level, quantifying it and improving their reliability and their resilience, which brings immediate value. And I think this is a relevant point even from the finance and the insurance sector, right? Look for the hazards, but also for the impacts and the vulnerability from the existing assets.
Completely, thank you. And I love that point around how do we layer solutions onto each other? So how do we not just create new solutions and perhaps create different things in different pockets in different parts of the world, but work together to identify where are there synergies between sectors, between systems, and how do we actually build the overall resilience of a system. And I also love the point around aging infrastructure. And I think there's like a really interesting challenge between the aging infrastructure on the one hand, but then the billions of kilometers of streets that are getting built across the world and new buildings, and how do we manage these two big challenges in their own quite distinct, aging infrastructure that needs replacing in the next 20 to 50 years versus the new that we're putting in place. And I guess maybe a nice segue into the insurance perspective. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you. Where does one even start with this? Our CEO and founder, David Howden's been saying for a number of years that if the insurance industry does not step up on climate, it's going to renew itself into irrelevance. And what he means is if the insurance industry is not proactively de-risking the resilient net zero transition, the risks at some point are just going to get too high in area after area, and we're already seeing some of that. I mean, the problem you get is the increased volatility, increase in premiums and demand means people are making more money until they're not, until you go off the cliff edge. And so we need a fundamental shift, I think, not just in the way the insurance industry thinks about insurance, but everyone who uses an insurance and what you demand from the insurance sector. I, like many of the people in the new Howden Climate, well, we're about 2 years old, Climate Risk and Resilience team, like many of us, have come in from outside. So I spent 30 years in climate finance. And many of us are asking some very fundamental questions of the sector. I mean, I was interested in the point you said about, so I've spent a long time in that world of climate finance vis-a-vis mitigation. I think the fundamental difference you have on mitigation, the reason it's taken off, is the mitigation technologies are now better than the incumbent technology, and they create a value on which you have a revenue stream: wind, solar, batteries, EVs, et cetera, et cetera. That is not generally the case, I think, on adaptation and infrastructure. But companies and businesses and governments invest all the time based on forward price curves. A company and directors or executives will be very comfortable with spending money to address and mitigate the risks of a forward price curve on power prices that tells them that power prices are going to double, or coffee bean prices are going to double. But I don't know if anyone knows this or not, there is no forward price curve on insurance or climate risk. You are lucky if you can get the cost of a premium on your insurance 2 to 3 months before renewal. No business would accept that for any other business critical commodity or service. And insurers, because they're in this model of 12-month renewal, they don't care in most cases whether the infrastructure is going to be washed away or damaged or is not insurable 8 years from now, because their view is that they will just renew the premium every 12 months. They have no incentive to put a price on that going forward. Now, so we need to see a fundamental shift in the way the insurance industry thinks about that and those who use insurance, and we need those forward price curves. One of the biggest feedbacks from the Chapter Zero network, so this is a network growing up in country after country, working with non-executive directors to build climate competent boards, is many of those evangelized NEDs are basically saying, look, we want to do this, and we know there's all this data telling us this is a big issue, but when I come to make that decision, I only speak one language, and that's dollars. I've got I've got a finite amount of money. I've got an investment on the left, which is a 3-year return on capital, and one on the right, which does nothing, maybe makes the problem worse, is not more resilient, does not get us to adapt. I've got an investment on the right-hand side that's a 6-year return, does, but unless you can put a price on what that adaptation gives me, I have to go for the 3-year investment. Now, a piece of work we have just done, funded jointly with the European Investment Bank, funded by the European Investment Bank, the European Commission, they panicked when they realized how many tens of billions the drought in Europe a few years ago cost European agriculture. And they said, well, if it's cost us that for one drought, what's it costing us across all of agriculture, year on year? And what is that cost going to grow to if we do nothing to adapt or create a more resilient agricultural system across Europe? At the moment, the cost is something like 25 billion. I've got that number slightly wrong, but it's in the 20 billions. It goes up to the mid 40 billions on a normal year by 2050 if we do nothing. This is getting pretty close to doubling the EU agricultural budget, which is already the biggest government budget across the whole of Europe. Over 70 billion in a catastrophic year. They're looking at that going, oh my God, that means we probably won't be able to feed Europe. And now we've got ASEAN and we've got other countries looking at this going, God, if Europe is facing that much of a cost for doing nothing to make their agricultural system more resilient, what are we facing in the ASEAN? Because we know we are not, we are even more vulnerable to a changing climate than Europe. So this is the sort of thing that's going to wake people up, but we haven't done that sort of analysis across sectors, and at that sort of country or regional level. What that now means in Europe is we can go to, say, a Rabobank, we can go to Nestle, and we can say, well, what's your exposure to these specific commodities in which areas? Okay, this is what it's already costing you now, and this is what it will cost you by 2050 if you don't spend anything on adaptation and resilience. So the first thing and it's still not detailed or granular enough, but it's the first time, in a sense, you understand what that cost is if you do nothing, and why there's an incentive, in the same way that if you've got a cost curve for power prices or freight or coffee beans, if that's your business, you actually understand now why you've got to sort of hedge, make investments to increase supply, secure your supply, whatever it may be. And I think that's the fundamental shift, because everyone's saying, well, yes, of course, we've got to have a financial case for this and an ROI. What no one's talking about, well, how do you create the framework within which are those forward price curves, within which essentially you could price that cost of climate and therefore what your benefit is if you make that investment. Because businesses do that all the time when they have those forward price curves.
Wow, that's a lot to unpack in there. And I guess there's 2 points that really stand out for me. Like one on the point of pricing, and hopefully some of you in the audience might have some great questions on that. But also the second one on the baseline, and also like how the baseline is shifting at the same time. And even just keeping up with that brings its own complexity and it's also its own accounting issues as well. Brooke, over to you for a perspective on tech.
Yeah, sure. So I'll offer a couple of perspectives from IBM. First, IBM is deeply committed to addressing climate change, not only through mitigation, but also through building resilience and adaptation into our operations and into the communities that we serve. And our approach is multifaceted, right? So we're combining ambitious sustainability targets with technology-driven solutions, as well as collaborative partnerships. And so IBM has set a goal to achieve net zero operational greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and that commitment is underpinned by, truly and significantly reducing our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, which are driven by, energy conservation and energy efficiency projects across our global operations, as well as a focus on increasing our procurement of renewable energy. We want to procure 90% of IBM's global electricity consumption from renewable sources by 2030. But we also recognize that resilience and adaptation is equally as important as mitigation, especially when climate impacts are becoming more prevalent. And so we have, my colleague probably talked about this morning, we have IBM's Impact Accelerator, which is a program that's focused on helping vulnerable communities adapt to climate risk. And through this program, we focus on projects that help address issues like, urban heat and water scarcity. And we also look to help, do more sustainable agriculture, right? And technology, of course, is core to all of these efforts. We are using AI and data analytics and leveraging, hybrid cloud to drive actionable insights on climate risk. And so some examples are our collaboration with NASA and other organizations to build geospatial foundation models that cities and organizations can leverage to better understand and plan for and respond to climate risk. And, we've also learned a number of things through these efforts. And this is probably not surprising to anybody in the audience, but, AI and data are indispensable tools to addressing climate risk. I mean, they enable us to anticipate risk, they help inform decision-making, and they help enhance operational readiness. And then the second thing is that partnerships are key for us. We know that by partnering with governments and NGOs and research institutions that we can better scale our impact as well as tailor solutions for local needs. And then the third thing that we recognize is that transparency and scalability is going to be essential for lasting change. And so that's why we are really focused on doing things that have measurable outcomes and are open to collaboration so that we can ensure that our solutions are both effective and widely accessible. And I guess just the last thing too is that, obviously adaptation is an ongoing process. And so as climate risk evolves, so must our solutions and our technologies and strategies. So continual innovation is going to be key, whether it's in better climate models or new materials for carbon capture or new approaches to resiliency. But we have to continue to innovate and leverage technology and in AI.
Thank you very much for that perspective, Brooke. And I think there's something really beautiful that you've really hit on there around collaboration and the scope for innovation and the potential for this all. And I think this is what we're all about at the Resilience Hub, like really focusing on the potential for innovation and the potential for collaboration. Now, we're getting close to start preparing your questions, and we'll welcome Michael and Namita back on the panel. But one last round, and I'm inviting you to be very short, so a short sentence. What would it take to really unlock private sector action at scale in your company, in your sector, in your system of choice? And I guess the brief is, what is the sort of the thing that you kind of think about and you're like, oh, that would never happen? That's the kind of stuff that we want to hear. So be a bit bold. Don't give us some wild ideas so that we can segue into a nice Q&A. Or any provocations. Maybe you're saying, well, actually, we can't unlock. Please don't say that. So yes, maybe I will go to Anthony. Would you like to kick us off?
I mean, in terms of the really big thing that I think would move the dial, I mean, I've already, in a sense, touched on it, and it was interesting that you're working with Google, because we announced a partnership with Microsoft, New York Climate Week last year, to build the Resilience Laboratory, and the idea, again, is part of building the analytical capability, but to do this, to price the future, if you like. Because, and I remember when I was CEO of Carbon Tracker, we talked about this, and God, this was, what, a decade or more ago, that we've got to move from, you know, in a world that is in equilibrium, that is stable, both physically and economically, it makes absolute sense to use the rear view mirror and data going backwards as a proxy for pricing the future, and whether that's cost of capital or risk, because what we're talking about here is how we price risk. But what we've got to learn to do, and it's as much technical as it is a mind shift, we've got to work out how do we now use the sort of headlights so that we're going into the future, seeing where we're going, and what that, in a sense, what that cost is economically. And that's going to take bringing together data sets that we've got. So, the same data sets you use to look at what the world looks like going backwards, but then using tools like AI, and then the models to play the climate forward, and then start to put a price on that at quite a detailed basis, so that when those asset managers, those sitting on an investment committee, that CFO are making those critical asset allocation financing decisions, they actually understand what the implications are and the costs are of making one decision versus another going forward. And one of the concept that we launched at our de-risking summit at Mansion House yesterday is the concept of insurability. Because at the moment, when you make those decisions, no one looks at the insurability of that asset, infrastructure, business model, and what it looks like going forward. And so we've got to bring, I think, the concept of insurability becomes one of the fundamental key criteria that is fundamental to any of those investment, asset allocation decisions.
Brilliant. What I wrote down is a Foresight Futures AI something informed way of devising how we price in risk and make difficult decisions, all the way leading to a mindset shift under the umbrella of insurability. Is that a pitch? Wonderful. Is that the Delphi Oracle? Maybe. Brooke, over to you.
Sure. So I'll be quick. And I think that to really scale private sector investment in adaptation and resilience, that we have to fundamentally reframe it as a strategic advantage rather than a cost center. And so we're driving this shift through 4 actionable levers, right? Using data and AI for risk transparency,
because businesses need granular insights to quantify climate risk and model adaptation scenarios. We also need to democratize digital platforms so that subject matter experts are empowered and empowered to make decisions. And because scaling requires accessible tools for companies of all sizes. And again, I want to emphasize the public-private collaborations. I think these partnerships are so important to de-risk innovation and attract private capital. And then, of course, we have to embed resiliency into our core strategy as a company. It just needs to be part of what we do.
I love this. And I've got down public-private collaborations to democratize platforms, data and information access and tools in order to reframe and seek a wider narrative shift towards opportunity, which is I'm loving, this is getting very, very tangible and very kind of solution-oriented. Gwen?
So 2 thoughts, and probably in response to what we've said already in the panel. One is just because we're throwing money into adaptation doesn't mean that we're actually building resilience. So how do we get that right? Second is, how do we build a better capital stack? So you have public, you have insurance, you have equity, you have debt. Could have private asset money in there as well. But getting that to market is actually really hard, because the more players you put in, the more expensive it is, then you just can't get scale, and it takes too long. So if I can get that one transaction out in 18 months, then I have leeway. But after that 18 months, if it's going to take me another 18 months to get something to market, it's dead. So how do I get there faster with a broader capital stack? And how do I not throw good money in bad investments? Just on going back to the cost curve idea, I think that's brilliant. The main challenge there is, as you build out the different climate scenarios in order to get to that proper cost curve, then it goes back to the initial question: are we fixing the vulnerability so that we've actually built resilience? Because if not, then we're just going to keep throwing money at the problem.
And is it present vulnerability or future vulnerability? That's layers on layers.
That's exactly. Yeah. And then there are more studies coming out now from the academic and science side of things that basically shows us that the impact that we said was going to happen based on climate change is even worse than what we thought it was going to be. So unless emissions go down, then the impact is just going to keep getting bigger.
Wonderful, but I've got a great snappy pitch in here around better capital stacks for speed and impact. You heard it here first. Rodrigo, last but not least.
Okay, so wishful thinking, right? It's okay. So I would love a world where we, risks, climate risk is all about supply chain. It affects us all, and private sector is, it's really affecting all the players there. And so I would love a world where data would flow on climate resilience and risks, on open data, on open standards, where we could take more insights from everything, aligning a bit with what you were saying. We would need something like that. We made a huge effort with greenhouse gas protocol with scope 1, 2, and 3, but I think we are coming to a point where we need to have more disclosure on climate risks and sharing that information in a way that we can really take benefit from that. In addition to that, and somehow connected, is the way we communicate risk. We didn't talk about that much, right? So the point of storytelling is really important so that we can reach the heart of people in different stakeholder level, and also how the ability to communicate information in a way that the perception of risk is better, right? Being more visual, being more quantification and all that. So again, open standards so that you can better communicate from a geospatial perspective, from visual, using 3D tools. All these would be great. So the 2 points I mentioned is indeed, so more transparency, more data disclosure and transparency on risk, and more open standards and more storytelling and better stakeholder engagement with better communication.
Wonderful, thank you. Again, a very tangible way to unlock action at scale. And I think that anyone who's had the joy of cleaning up an Excel database filled with bad data, it's actually harder than it seems. Thank you so much. May I invite Michael and Namita back on stage, but also let's give everyone a big round of applause. Thank you. And time to show your hands. Who would like to? Okay, so let's go to Mark and then Clint and then to Debbie. Okay, so Mark, and please, if you've got a question to a specific speaker, that would help us, so we're not getting everyone to answer everything.
Yes, so I've got a question, I think, for Rodrigo and for, I'm just reading your names again, because it's Anthony, right. So I'm Mark Harvey from Resurgence. We cooperate in East Africa, the largest kind of urban early warning service with our partners, the national med agencies. And my question is about financing early warning systems and insurability and bankability of infrastructure. So we have just been looking at the infrastructure sector in Kenya. We've been looking at all the sectors, power, water, transport, and the picture that emerges is they're a very disaffected group and they don't get good service from the National Met Agency. And we think this is important that they are served with effective flood early warnings, heat early warnings. Heat's a big issue. My experience is whenever I talk to investors in infrastructure, they are very hung up on catastrophic risk modeling and thinking about the location and the engineering specification of an infrastructure asset to be built. They don't seem to care about whether an infrastructure operator has access to early warnings. It's just off the map of their criteria. I've seen this in Jamaica with a big initiative that Wills Towers Watson and Oxford University were involved in. It just seems to be the static catastrophic risk model. It's not our job to worry about whether operators have access to early warnings. Is this a problem or not for you, right? As an insurer or as an infrastructure expert or as an investor, for instance, JP Morgan, because we think it needs to become a problem and that can help solve the problem potentially of financing effective early warning systems and services to infrastructure operators. That's my question.
Thank you very much, Mark. Anthony, would you like to take that? And then perhaps, or was it specific to Anthony or Gwen?
We've been doing a lot of work around catastrophic insurance, and we did some work with Cambridge, which we launched, what are we now, COP28 in Dubai, looking at how you can insure the economies of the LDCs and small island states. And interestingly, because on the basis that particularly the small island states would increasingly facing catastrophic events that could wipe the whole economy out, and there's no point insuring individual assets and looking, and actually when you model that and using a parametric approach, it's not actually as expensive as you think. And if you can mobilize the the global risk markets, what we would prefer, we would love to rename the insurance industry the contingent capital markets, because essentially what all insurance is pools of contingent capital that you need to be there when certain events happen. And it's clear when you look at that if we increasingly move, which we are in that space, to parametric models, then you do need better data and analytics. So I think we would probably agree with you, and that is that Howden has its own venture capital fund, which is looks at investments in technologies, technology companies that are developing the sort of technologies that create better data, and that would, I think, include early warning. I mean, our whole fundamental narrative and approach is that we need to shift the insurance industry into a forward-looking basis where it cares about future risk and increasingly cares about ways to mitigate. Because one of the things that's been built into some of these parametric policies, when certain, when the model, or when you have predictions of certain catastrophic events, a hurricane, a flood, or heat wave, or what have you, is that you can have advance payments from the insurance ahead of the event to better prepare for it, because that would mitigate the losses. And you can't do that unless you've got a better system, early warning system for those types of things. So I think we would agree with you. And also, we're doing some work with the FCDO and others to create a better standardization of the metrics around this as well, which is also relevant to the technology and early warning.
Yeah, I would just add that, from my perspective, I see increased focus and interest on early warning systems and monitoring systems for risk. I can give you examples, like, for instance, US Water Agency in the US, for them, that they have there. They have a system that is using IoT, and they try to understand the risks that are in that dam for crack detection, but also the problems of having a huge flood, and how is that going to affect, or they have early warning systems on that area. So they are connecting all the dots from all the technologies and building a digital twin of the infrastructure. And we see that more and more, right? In some cases, you don't need to be very much developed from a technological perspective. You might just need a few sensors and then generate insights and machine learning. And today it's very easy to do something like that. So I think I understand that in some parts of the world this is still a gap. So the democratization of technology and this information, I think it's increasing, but it's probably not at the level that we would expect. But as we move forward, we feel that more and more technologies are becoming more available for hyper-local analysis and the risk, some assets.
Gwen?
So I'll keep it brief. I think on the investor side, then yes, it's a segment that people know will grow and people are interested in it and they want to see what comes out from that market. If you're trying to, however, raise capital for that particular early warning system or technology or company, then it becomes a little bit more problematic because you don't know who's paying. So where does the revenue part of your cash flow come from if you're accounting for the various corporates that are there that would benefit from the system? That's not necessarily part of their CapEx spend at the moment. So how do we then make those corporates that are sitting in that location incorporate that into their CapEx spend when most people are still treating this as a public good?
Thank you very much. Clint? And let's take Debbie's question after as well.
Hi there, I'm Clint Bartlett. I'm a consultant to the UNDP. So, Anthony, very interesting. You mentioned two projects. One project on the left-hand side has, let's say, a 3-year return horizon, perhaps not very adaptive. And then the project on the right-hand side that is, let's say, a 6-year return horizon, a lot more adapted. So I'm putting the statement or the question in the context of the missing middle, in that these projects in the missing middle in particular face the greatest burden to create resilient systems. Now, when we look at those two projects, what we forget is that the projects themselves bear the cost to create those externalities. It's the projects that we look to build the resilient system. So it's them who bear the expense burden. In the example that you mentioned, Project A is going to yield a higher return. Project B is going to yield a lower return because it bears the higher burden of cost. But the market will observe the second project and term it a concessional project. It will term it that it needs to be subsidized and that the private sector will not invest in the second asset for want of subsidy. That is a manifestation of market failure. That shows that the market is not, in fact, pricing risk. It's not pricing resilience. So is it the role of development agencies to come in to fill that gap and crowd in private sector at an incorrect market rate, at a market rate that is, in fact, possibly destabilizing the very system? So are development agencies feeding the beast? Or is it the role of private sector entities to say the level of returns that we have become addicted to is no longer sustainable? And so I'm just looking at here, this board here, so I'm not referencing the lady who's drawing, but what do I see there? Increased resilience equals increased profits. Ain't gonna happen, not in the short to medium term. So I'm very keen to hear, particularly from the private sector, well, what they think of that.
Thank you, Clint. Let's go to Debbie and then Sophie, and then we'll go to the panel to address these questions. So bear in mind Clint's question on the missing middle. Debbie.
Thank you. Hi, Debbie Hillier from Mercy Corps. I wanted to pick up on the blended finance. We hear a lot about blended finance. We've just commissioned Paul Watkins Associates to do some research on adaptation, the role of private sector in adaptation. And he got access to the Convergence database, which has all the blended finance pieces in it, and found that actually for adaptation, that the leverage ratio was $1 of public finance, leverage is 65 cents of private. So we hear typically 1 to 4, that kind of number, but in reality, it's much, much less for adaptation, more for mitigation, but less for adaptation. So is this really where we want to be putting our scarce public resources? And also using that database and also adaptation accelerators. He also found that the vast majority of these kinds of private sector finance goes into middle-income countries. Fine, but what about least developed countries? So I guess a question to the panel, is it time to admit that private sector funding for least developed countries really doesn't have much potential? Should we actually be honest about that? Let's focus on middle income, maybe that's it, and put public finance into least developed countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Sophie? And then we'll go to the panel.
Well, maybe I have a little solution here. Every community, even also in developing countries, are connected to the rest of the world through supply chains. And Anthony, you mentioned about insurability. And the Kuhne Climate Center has issued a publication, Logistics in the 2 Degrees World, and it's about the transport and logistics links that connect the whole supply chains. And the perspective they've taken is it's about infrastructure, supply, but it's also about the operations, the user. Yeah, and my question is, do you see it possible in the future that, for example, Unilever or Nestlé gets their goods transports insured, also based on the resilience of the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure that it transports? So you start linking the supply of physical infrastructure with the use of that infrastructure, because if both of them work together on making that supply chain more resilient, then both are going to get lower insurance premiums. Maybe a bit of a brain twister, but I think there's a logic to this. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you so much. So just to recap, we've got a question about the missing middle and project design from Clint. From Debbie, a question on blended finance and the role of the private sector in the LDCs. And a question and reflection on who is actually reaping the so-called resilience dividend. At what point does that get reinvested, reaped, and who by? There's a lot. So actually, I don't know. I think instead of maybe answering the questions one by one, I don't know if anyone would want to comment on the 3 questions, because they're actually a multi-level problem that we're trying to deal with, from the project design end all the way to how do we build the finance to support these projects, all the way to benefits and challenges. And actually, I'm looking at Namita.
Well, I will try to. I was just thinking, there are a lot of thoughts flashing through my mind. I think I'm going to just take first the piece on the early warning technology financing. And I'm going to use the lens that I would do if this project came to me for evaluation. I think there are transition risks. So the first thing is, what's the technology? Is it going to be changing? How fast will it change? And from a private sector financier's lens, my horizon is 3 to 5 years, and I want to exit. And many of these projects are long gestation periods. Again, like you mentioned about the cash flows, that's one. Two is, what are the regulations that are currently existing in that market? What if suddenly the government decides to privatize the Met? I don't know if that can happen, but possible. And if they come in as a competitor to provide all these services that these businesses would otherwise be doing. So I think these are some of the aspects that need to be taken into consideration when we are looking at the project design and going to seek for capital. So what we are doing is, in some markets, and I was in the Pacific Islands in Fiji, we're working with the project developers and the financiers on pure play. I mean, we believe that solar, everybody finances solar, right? But no. I mean, we were looking at different kind of structured finance. So how do you do asset securitization? How do you use, different kind of structures to get subordinated debt to risk mitigate? So I think it's really about working with project developers as well as with financiers, because it's not that simple. And I think that there's a disconnect between that bridge. Financiers, they are at a different level where they calculate. Their math is very different from this side of the math. I want to just quickly address the second question of least developed countries getting no or very poor capital. And there are private players who do provide capital. And if you see in the last 5 years, the financing has gone up by 117 bips because of the climate shocks and the recurring climate shocks. So that's how the finance has gone up. And here again, we're working with the Commonwealth small islands. And I just came from a session which we did with the Commonwealth a little earlier. We're talking about how SIDS can look at upstream policies. So what can they do as far as their fiscal and monetary policies are concerned? And within those, how can they free up that fiscal space which they are otherwise using for responding to incidences and be able to then invest that into climate adaptation, resilience projects, so that they don't get imbalanced because of the debt stress that they may go into, so debt restructuring that they go into. And there are some classic examples. In fact, in Belize, they raised capital. In fact, they bought back their debt. The country bought back their debt at a 45% discount because that was provided with guarantees by some private sector. And they could then use that capital, the interest that they saved over the next 10 years in the tune of 120 million that they will spend over resilience. So how can these governments really work on these upstream policies? I think that's what needs to be solved for. I hope I've...
Rodrigo.
Okay, so just to add one comment that you said, you mentioned that you don't believe that resilience equals profit or economic benefit, not in the short term. So I disagree with you from the examples I see with our customers, with our users, right? Because what we see, and I gave an example while I was speaking, an owner-operator basically operating in a place with water scarcity was able to reduce costs by increasing more water availability, right? So it's a very tangible example, and you can measure with dollars how increasing resilience delivered increasing revenue, right? That's one point. A second example, a car company in Portugal, where I came from, where I am based, so stopped working for several weeks because of a flood in another continent, because they were generating a specific piece that was needed for that car company. Basically, they stopped working because of this disruption in their supply chain. This generated tremendous costs of it. If they had improved their resilience in terms of their supply chain, they would have reduced these costs. So there's short-term benefits on these sorry, that's the information I get.
I'll just add to it too, because we have lots of examples where we've worked with clients to help build more resilient infrastructure, and there is tangible cost savings, especially like on maintenance. And if you have a resilient infrastructure, you're not going to spend as much time having to repair it, and there's real cost savings there in the short term for that as well.
I'd just like to comment on that as well, because I think what you're describing is exactly right. It's a market failure. So in that example, if that example had been in relation to a forward price curve for power prices that shows they're going to double over the next 8 years or triple, then, and the investment on the right was to give you some secure supply. So we saw this a couple of decades ago where a lot of big corporates were building dedicated renewable energy facilities because they were concerned about, capacity crunch in the grid. That makes sense. So if we start to develop the forward price curves and put a price on that change in climate, again, then you trigger essentially that duty, because you've translated all of this qualitative data, and we've got loads of it now, and all the acronyms that come with it, TCFD, TNFD, ESG, but the holy grail is no one has translated that into the language, because what those directors said, it might as well not exist. You might as well not have TCFD, TNFD, ESG, because actually it's irrelevant when I make that decision unless you translate it into dollars that are relevant to that investment. So I think that is a critical part of this equation. And on the development point, I was asked, well, what's your exit strategy? Surely, and development banks always look at you like, what do you mean exit strategy? Well, so you're using public money through concessionary and blended tools in country A. So presumably the goal there is you create a sustainable financial market that doesn't need you anymore. And what's your timeline for that? And they've sort of got that a little bit in the sense that they've begun to understand you've got to catalyze in-country finance capacity, and that improves things, and it does actually address one major risk, currency risk, because local banks are better at dealing with that. But what they don't seem to have got, and I struggle with, is, well, a lot of those risks you're being asked to cover, if you're doing those in the UK or France or North America, you hand them off to a commercial insurance market. So why aren't you also trying to catalyze the development of a commercial insurance market for those same risks, with a strategy that says 10 years from now, we have a market in place, a financial market in place in that country that doesn't need us, and that public money can be used where it is more needed in the SIDS and the LDCs, etc. And that's probably why the European Investment Bank felt that they needed to fund the work we did for the European Commission, because they've begun to understand that they, as well as financing individual projects, they need to start creating the framework that ensures that market failure is addressed.
Thank you very much. Very rich questions, very rich answers. I'm also mindful of time, but before we go to closing remarks and a bit of a summary of the discussion, I'd love to hear from Gwen and Michael any reflections on these questions. And maybe, Michael, I'll go to you first on the story of M-Pesa, because I think there's something in what Clint was saying around the short-term profit, but also on the resilience dividend. Any reflections on this from you?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me anything. It's not my subject matter field. I don't know much about the questions that have been asked, so I think I'll just pass on the opportunity.
Great, no problem. Gwen, well, perhaps for you for closing remarks.
Maybe the questions or closing remarks? But just
any
maybe
reflections
on the
questions?
Supply chain bit, because it pretty much looks like a sustainability-linked product, what you're describing. The main challenge there is for a lot of the commodities, sometimes you just get dumped into a basket, it gets put into a barge, and then off you go. If you're trying to track how that particular metal was mined or how that particular coffee bean was sourced, it's not that easy. And people will go, well, we could go the certification route, but we've seen that doesn't really work so well either. So then on top of it, any sustainability-linked discount that you get, it goes back to what I was talking about before. It's like, show me the money, who pays? And the discount that you would get is normally quite de minimis. if you're looking at a sustainability-linked loan, it's a 5 to 10 bip difference. So you're probably going to get more bang for your buck, not trying to link all these stakeholders on the table, but investing in how do you make that commodity resilient-proof, drought-proof, something else. That's probably more bang for your buck.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid this is it in terms of what we have allocated time for. And now we'll hear from Jorge Gastelumendi and from Charmian Keynes on some closing remarks. I won't say summary because I feel like that really puts the pressure on, but closing remarks / summary. Would you like to join us, or do you want to speak from where you are?
I guess I'll leave it to you first, because I just wanted to thank, I was just basically giving a thank to BCG and others that have been fundamental to making this space happen in this conversation. So first to you, I'll just close it with
you're very kind. And listen, I'm not going to prolong things. I mean, I think this has been such a wide-ranging debate, and like many of us, I've been at these sorts of debates now, at London Climate Week, New York Climate Week, COP, and whatever, on ANR. And when I look back at sort of how we were discussing this, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, it was, there's a huge gap, the public sector can't pay for everything that's needed, private sector needs to get involved, but private sector isn't, and why isn't private sector? And we're raising all the reasons as to why. And we've heard lots of those reasons around standards, data, challenges with capital stacks, etc. But I think the level of conversation that we're having now, and every time a question is raised, somebody is coming up with, I've seen an example of where that really is happening. We know the sorts of solutions can be this, that, or the other. I can list off many companies who are finding they're getting a return on investment when they invest in resilience, as IBM was saying and so forth, and we've done reports on all of that. I can list lots of companies who are investing in ANR solutions and doing very well, thank you very much, and there's big markets for ANR solutions coming through. I'm not pretending in any way that we're, anywhere far up the learning curve, but we are going up that learning curve, and I think we are hearing that there is data that could be corralled more into pricing curves, more into open source, things like that. The capital stack, your point around if it's not done in 18 months, then it's couldn't agree more, but we are starting to see projects in developing as well as developed markets where actually private sector and public sector are coming together for the reasons that we were saying. If Nestle can't get its products there, if Nestle can't source its sugar, then it will start to work with local government, etc., to find ways through this. So I think what we're seeing in this room and hearing on this stage is that there are ways to get there. I think we need to continue to shape it. We need to use things like COP as ways to demonstrate these outcomes and get clearer on how we can scale them up. But yeah, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said because I wouldn't manage that very successfully. But I do just want to leave us with that note of optimism that I do think things are moving forward, and it's because of examples and the work that's been done by people in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just complement that. I agree with the gentleman when he said that there is a market failure. If we didn't have a market failure, we didn't need to have this conversation on adaptation to climate change. We would have solved it way back on the mitigation layer. And then we failed there, and then we move it into this. My reflection, it's also a positive one, but a bit more longer term, that it's in this market failure that we start addressing and the private sector picking up the tab, finally, we're going to be focusing probably on the next years on the low-hanging fruits. But then once those fruits are picked up, we're going to have to really think about systemic changes in which a private sector plays a very different role than the one that I have been playing over time. And that means that you are going to start seeing how public roles and public goods will need to be addressed by the private sector. As you were saying, Winnie, at some point in terms of public goods, of EWS, early warning systems, those are seen as public goods. At some point, the private sector is going to have to start picking up on that and merge some of the public roles and the private roles. So let's come together towards that. Let's have a longer vision and systemic vision on that. And with that, I just wanted to thank GRP, WBCSD. I'm going to remember all the acronyms, C2AES, BSR, and BCG, for having the vision of putting this together, this dialogue. We had a private dialogue earlier today with a COP, with a UN high-level climate champion, and today this public session. It's this kind of dialogues that are allowing us to rein into thinking more on how the private sector could be brought to the discussion. You will expect more from us at the Resilience Hub in New York and then in COP. And happy to have you here, happy to keep creating this space as a Resilience Hub to have these conversations and create partnerships, collaboration, and dreaming together. So with that, I'll stop here. Thank you, Corina, for the facilitation.
Thank you very much. I guess public service announcement, there's now drinks, networking. Please stay with us and make some new connections, say hi to old friends. And let's give a big, big round of applause to our panelists, Charmian, Jorge, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much.